All right, hello everybody. Happy Thursday. Hope you all are doing well. Sorry for the little bit of a delay there at the start. Had to go quickly do something real fast after I pressed start stream. Anywho, we're here. Also, sorry if you can hear background noise. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it or not. There's a plane flying overhead right now. I do live near an airport, for anyone who wonders why I have to bring that up every once in a while. Normally, just because of like where we're situated, we don't get that much plane traffic despite our proximity. But every once in a while, when there's like a big, uh, commercial plane or something, or airline or whatever going by, you can definitely hear it occasionally because it's a bigger airport. Or sorry, not. It's not a big airport actually. It's a pretty small one, but there's a lot of runways and sometimes there's military that occasionally like come through here to do some stuff. It's not like they have like a military base right there, but every once in a while there'll be like some jets. And if that occurs, it's not super regular, but it does happen. And if that occurs, then those are always really loud if they happen to go by. Anyway, yeah, we're back with some more Armored Core 6. Decided to play some more of this today. I want to finish up New Game Plus and get started with New Game Plus Plus. I don't know if we'll fully finish this run today or not. But I do want to finish at least those to get all the endings before it gets like too much later in the month / into October, because let's see, the next game that's coming out that I think is particularly on my radar is Lies of P, and I think I do want to probably try playing that on release, or at least close to release. And then in October, there's Alan Wake 2, and I feel like there might be something else in October, and I forget what. But also I have another trip coming up in October. So the point is, I don't want to have like too many games that I'm trying to juggle, because already after I came back from my last trip, not only did I have Baldur's Gate 3 to resume, but both Blasphemous 2 and Armored Core 6 came out pretty much practically, well, they came out literally on the same day, just at different points in time. And so I was trying to juggle mostly those two games, but even a little bit of Baldur's Gate 3 as well. So right now because it's going to be a while before we finish Baldur's Gate 3, I'm still kind of going back and forth between this and that. And I'd prefer to not have 3 games going on at the same time again. I don't know, like I really enjoy Armored Core 6 though, so when I do finish these story playthroughs, I don't know if I'll be done streaming it. We might do like some fun build stuff, maybe some PvP shenanigans, we'll see. We'll just have to wait and see how it goes. Anywho, let's see. I forgot last time to spend the last of my OST chips here. We have enough to unlock the remaining things, so we should go ahead and do that and get our achievement now. I don't really want these things specifically. I mean, manual aim might be alright, but I don't intend to use weight control. I don't really intend to use quick turn. Hopefully it doesn't like accidentally screw me over. There we go, tuning expert. Yeah, they give you exactly enough chips to get every single thing, which makes sense. There wouldn't be a point in giving you more than enough because you wouldn't have anything to do with the extras. But the point is that between New Game and New Game Plus, you get enough to exactly enough arena chips, or sorry, OST chips to unlock everything. You just have to do the stuff that's in New Game Plus to get the remaining, I don't know, 60 or whatever chips you get that you need. I'm trying to think of like how many it was, because it was like 30 from these guys, maybe another 30 from these, and then the last one was like 45. Maybe it was like 30, 36, and 45. I don't know, so definitely more than 60, but it was quite a lot. Alright, so yeah, that's done. The other thing that I wanted to mention before we get started, I am going to be playing still on my main build, but I finally got around to workshopping some other builds, like just off stream. I haven't done tons of play or testing with them. I did a little bit of arena testing, but I now have a few other ACs to mess around with. Kind of discounting Johnny Bravo because that was just sort of a meme that I made. I don't know if I want to do anything with Johnny Bravo any particular time soon. Maybe if I ever feel like doing a punching only run, we could do it with Johnny Bravo, but that'll probably be really rough, and I don't know if we'll want to use this exact build or not. But yeah, I made a few other ones here. We got Beef Wideman, who is he's not full tank, but he's very heavy. Double melee, so pile bunker and chainsaw. And then he's basically got the Songbird on the right shoulder and the siege missile launcher gun, just to kind of have like some missile support when just to kind of fling at stuff. I might even switch the Songbird out for something else that doesn't stop him in mid momentum. But he is very wide. you can see. Hence, I don't know why I called him Beef. But it just sounded funny. View mode. Here we go. You can see, like, comparatively, like he's quite wide, except for like the chest and head. And then I might mess with these color schemes a little bit. I kind of went with fairly generic ones to start, because I didn't want to like spend too much time. With the exception of Shocker, I'll look at that one last here. The other one I made actually this morning was Let Him Cook. This one is far more just straight up tank, but with dual flamethrowers and dual songbirds. So again, just kind of like the songbirds are for dealing lots of impact damage quickly. It does cause you to stop for a moment, but this guy is not about speed. He's kind of the opposite. His grounded speed isn't terrible, but like he gets one dodge and then has to wait like 2 seconds before he can dodge again. It's not quite that long, but it's slow. Energy's not the greatest either, but like the whole point is like he's got a decent amount of AP, not the highest you could ever have, but pretty high. So the whole idea is just to be tanky and then just burn stuff. So it's not going to be the best build against certain like super agile and distant enemies, but like for anything that wants to get or can get close, this guy will likely burn through pretty easily, at least in a way of being able to survive. And then lastly, we have Shocker, who at the moment is kind of like my favorite of the like little test builds that I've done. You can see I got a little bit silly with the icons here. You know, with decals. I actually spent more time than I'd like to admit, like kind of putting those together. But otherwise, this guy is pretty much all electricity based. So he's got dual stun guns. They are just like lightning pistols. The stun baton also it kind of works similarly to the laser dagger in a way, but it's electricity. But it has the means of doing like a pretty decent lunging attack, or a charged attack that has a good lunge to it. Or you can do, if you get something like in a corner, you can combo like the laser dagger. You can do like a several sort of frenzied hits with the baton. This is the one piece that like I think it's cool, but I might potentially consider replacing it if it's just hard to use too much of the time. Because he's not exactly like a super melee oriented build. It's just to have something else that's electric that I didn't want to like specifically go with like another thing that I have in my right shoulder here, which is the stun needle launcher from the Iceworm mission. The reason I chose this is that A, it does electricity, but B, it's like the only item that we have that's like high stagger or impact damage. Because the thing about the electric, you know, our stun guns here, is that their damage output is high because of the way electricity works, but they don't really do much in the way of impact damage. So staggering enemies is difficult with this guy, but not impossible if you pick your shots right with the needle launcher or occasionally use the stun baton. You can always throw in like some boost kicks or whatever too if necessary. But electricity works kind of like bleed in Souls games. It basically just, once it's built up, your target just takes like a chunk of damage. It's not percentage based though, if I remember correctly. It's kind of like a flat amount of damage. So against particularly tanky opponents, it'll still be like a good sizable chunk of damage, but it won't be like as big as it would be compared to some other Souls games, like Bleed is. Because I want to say it's like 1600 damage or something like that. It might depend. I don't know if there's any different types of electricity buildup, like, because in the Souls games and Elden Ring and all that kind of stuff, like, there's really just bleed, but there can sometimes, depending on what is doing the type of status ailment, whether it's bleed, poison, scarlet rot from Elden Ring, sometimes there's different versions of the same status ailment, like slight different versions, where once it's applied, it'll do like more damage or less damage, or it'll do like less damage per tick in the case of like poison or scarlet rot or toxin, but it'll do more over time because it lasts for longer. Like in the case of the scarlet rot in Elden Ring, most sources of scarlet rot do like a particularly fixed percentage amount over time, but the rotten stray spirit ash that you can have in that game, like, it actually does less per tick, but it lasts like twice as long. And it's not like half, so it doesn't become like equal in the long run. It ends up adding up to being more despite being less per tick. So, you know, especially in like prolonged fights, as long as you can get it to proc its scarlet rot, that particular form of scarlet rot actually has, you know, in terms of longevity, the potential to be the most damaging technically. So I don't know if this game has anything like that when it comes to electricity. It's typical that most forms of bleed tend to be about the same. But I think there might even be some slight variety in there for depending on how some of the games handle it between certain weapons and effects. Like the bleed from Swarm of Flies in Elden Ring or Blood Loss might be, you know, stronger or not as strong as like the bleed from Rivers of Blood, for example. It depends on how they calculate that. If it's always the same, it might be, but I'm not 100% sure. Just wondering now. I feel like my guns look slightly different. It might just be the shading, but maybe there's less like luster on the right one because they have the same color scheme. Hang on a second. Paint. Weathering 0. No pattern. They're the same. I guess it's just like the lighting of like the way the light bounces off of the left side. It makes it look more like copperish almost, but it's the exact same color, which is weird. Hey Anna, how's it going? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. Didn't see you in a couple of days ago when we streamed, so wasn't sure if you had stuff going on or not. Okay, let's see. Here, let me just for fun. I want to play the Shocker again. Let's do the Nightfall bot here.
Integration program, phase 3. This will be the final.
I did not stream yesterday, just FYI, in case you happen to miss the my Discord announcement there. So you can see Shocker is actually fairly decently strong. It's hard to tell because there's like no stagger outside of like my stun needle launcher, but but that electricity builds up fast, and it takes like chunks right out of their health. So if you can sustain those stun gun hits, it builds up real fast. Not as strong as certain other things, don't get me wrong. I still think that my Alucard build has the potential to be stronger once you like consistently stagger and get pile bunker hits in, but this is a really fun build. And then as for other ones, like Beef Wide Man, I think needs some testing. I might switch some things up for him, but it is fun. Super tired after the appointment, ended up sleeping most of the day. Hey, no worries at all. I'm just I know you're normally around. It's not like you're obligated to be here or anything like that. I just was glad you're doing all right and stuff. Why did my oh, it was him, right? I forgot he has songbirds. I was like, I thought my songbirds fired twice. Damn, that was terrible timing. I think this build is not great against Nightfall, and that's what I'm saying. I need to like test out some of their weaponry, because songbirds are great, but I feel like anything else that stops this guy's momentum is kind of not good for him. Plus, I keep pressing R1 accidentally for some reason. Yeah, I just gotta get used to how this guy plays, because he's not agile. I think I need to adjust some stuff. He was kind of a meme build just because he's so fucking wide. Start by A, not pressing the wrong button. There we go.
AP at 30%.
Wait, did we pile bunker each other? I pressed it and I was about to hit him, but then I think he hit me with his faster somehow. That was weird. Anyway. Take me back. This guy needs some workshopping because he's a little too slow. I think against certain enemies he'd actually be fine, but against something like Nightfall, he's just not. He does not have the mobility to keep up. What else here? AC design. Now let him cook, on the other hand. Let's see how he fares against. Mind you, I'm testing this against, like, kind of technically speaking, the top ranked AC in here. It's not really like the analysis ones aren't necessarily supposed to be, even though you do get a bigger reward. They're not necessarily meant to be the toughest possible opponents ever, per se. It depends, really, of course, on your build. destroyed. Easily get cooked. Let him cook seems viable, although he's very slow also. I mean, tank treads are actually not slow speed-wise, but he has... So his dodge, like just to give you some comparison, my normal AC has... If you look at where it says like QB speed, QB reload time, my normal one is like, it's like far less than a second, because that's what allows you to like dodge. Especially like Shocker, because he's lightweight, it's like maybe like he can dodge like practically as soon as I hit the button. This guy, he dodges once and then you have to wait like 2.5 seconds before you can dodge again. It's extremely slow. But the trade-off is that he's very tanky, so like here, I'll just show you. This is me dodging, and I'm spamming the button right now. That's how long it makes me wait before I can dodge again. And you can see also it doesn't dodge very far. If anything, I'm better off like using boosters to dodge out of the way. But again, the trade-off is that he's tanky, extremely so. Not necessarily the highest amount of AP you can have in any build, but you know, he's also very heavy. But something to mess around with for sure. I put a little, I don't know if the red on red's too good, but there's like a crown. Hang on, I can show it off better in the assembly. I might change the color of it because I made this guy kind of reddish. Then again, I am gonna mess with the color schemes of these guys because I made them very basic. Shockers was the only one I really altered all that much, and even still it's pretty basic. But on his back he's got like a little crown with a fire over top of it. little flaming crown. Anywho, let's head back to Alucard here, the old classic. But I'm liking these other builds. Like I said, Beef Wide Man probably needs some work, but we'll try messing with some other weapons. I'm not sure how I feel about the Siege Missile Launcher. It's very like automatic, but like you still have to like press it, and I'm so used to having more feedback with weapons that like when I shoot them, because the way the Siege Missile Launcher works, like as a gun in your hand rather than on your shoulder, is that you press the button and then it fires off like 10 rockets or something, but they all just kind of like hang suspended for a second and then they fire. So they're delayed rockets or delayed missiles, which makes them like harder to dodge for the AI, but it just feels like my main gun isn't doing much of anything. That's typically how like a lot of like shoulder missiles would potentially work, which I'm more used to with that as like backup weaponry. It feels weird having that be tied to like my R2. Anywho, doing all right. Still pretty tired because of the chore. I had a chore day yesterday too, and some aches here and there. So it was clumsy and fell. I'm sorry. Other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Still magazine farming in Fallout 76. I found all the holotape games and bobbleheads. I just have one magazine left to find. I'm actually a little surprised they still put in like those kind of collectibles in Fallout 76. Are they kind of random, or do you go to specific locations to get them? Or is it kind of a little bit of both? Because obviously in a regular Fallout game, whether it's like more open world or less open world, everything's going to be where it's supposed to be, and you can kind of like guide out how to collect certain things. But in like a bigger like MMO sort of thing, I feel like they tie a lot of that stuff to like item drops typically, or specific quest rewards maybe. Set locations but random what's there. I gotcha. All right, let's go ahead with our continuing of, well, really the start of chapter 4 into Nepenthes, or rather the subterranean Watchpoint Alpha, and we have to destroy Nepenthes, which is the energy weapon. I believe there might be, hold on, I think there's a chest here that I might have missed. What am I doing? Let's, we don't need to worry about battle logs for these 3 depths. Nothing until Coral Convergence, and I know there's a chest I missed on that one, and I know where it is. So I saw somebody else get it. Then outside of outside of new missions, I don't need anything else. It's just the chest on and battle log on Reach Coral Convergence. I mean, there could be some chests in these other levels that I missed, but probably not many. Because I looked at the guide that's on Steam at one point, just to see what I may have missed. And I think I actually collected most things on my first playthrough. I missed stuff too, don't get me wrong, but yeah.
Here's the job, 621. You'll be going into that underground facility, Watchpoint Alpha. I managed to talk Arquebus into letting us lead their survey. They jumped at the chance to use an independent mercenary as their canary. Balaam has already barged in, taking several red guns and MT squads. Seems they want to be ready for a run-in with Arquebus's new firepower.
I guess we'll see if we get like a secondary mission option while we're in here again.
Start by descending through depth 1, a
That'd
vertical
be
chamber
cool.
sector. It's likely you'll meet resistance from autonomous defenses left by the PCA. The worst of them is lurking at the bottom, Nepenthes, an energy weapon platform. Heard on the grapevine that it already turned half of Balaam's forces to ash.
Spawn chance is 20%, I think, but it's for every
Balaam, after all.
player.
Tread carefully.
So places with more traffic have better spawn chances. I gotcha. That makes sense. Alright, let's do it. Haven't played in a couple of days. It's going to take me a little getting used to playing even our regular build again, because most of the play I've done in the last couple of days was me fucking around with those other builds, and I tried out, like, Shocker was the one I played the most, which again was just arena stuff. I didn't really take them into missions. But I just wanted to kind of gauge their power level against, like, potentially difficult enemies. Like, Beef Wide Man. I almost called him Wide Beef Man. I feel like that build as it stands could actually be good against certain things. I might want to switch up some melee weapons. The reason I chose what I did is because obviously I love the pile bunker, and I wanted to have like a double melee build, but the chainsaw is also really cool style-wise. It's just kind of hard to use.
Deep, and there's no guarantee you'll come back.
So he's basically, you know, the whole aspect of Beef, I guess, is because he's a little bit of a butcher, you know, using the pile bunker and a chainsaw. Just made me think of meat for some reason.
You're the only one who can do this.
And he's just very wide because I chose deliberately the widest pieces of like body parts that I could find, except for the chest and head, because they didn't make as big of a difference. And the one that I have, like, I didn't want him to be like crazy heavy. All right, hold on a second. I don't usually like looking up guides or anything mid thing here, but there's like a battle log that I'm missing here, and I think maybe a chest. And I kind of want to just grab it while we're here. Let's see, where was it? Just give me 1 second here. Depth 1. We have the ephemera legs already. That's for chests. So I guess it's just a battle log then. Let me find the actual mission here. Okay, depth 1. Oh, it's just that. Why did I think there was another one? I thought we needed a log here, though. Didn't it say we needed one? Maybe I missed something. No, wait, maybe it was just... that must have just been... the coral convergence that I was thinking of. Well, whatever. Mess with that later. I don't really need to take the elevator, but we might as well take it down a little bit, I guess.
Intruder detected. Threat level unknown. Defense phase 1.0. Commencing termination.
The defense system is activated. It's got eyes on you. Fight back.
The elevator's locked out.
We have no choice but to jump. Let's
I don't
go.
know what happened there. I shot, but then nothing happened. Yeah, we don't even really need to kill those guys. You can kind of just ignore them if you want to, but...
Watch out. Below you. That's the Pentheus. It's clearly a force to be reckoned with.
I know there was a chest on this level, but we already got it, so I'm not worried about that part.
Wait, the partition's moving.
I'm picking up enemy signals nearby.
Containing intruder. Commencing termination.
Oh damn, they all got went down in one blast.
Partition open.
Whoops.
Stand by for now, 621.
Over there. I've sent you a marker.
Did I get ambushed here before, or am I thinking of something else? But yeah, the chest is over there that we already got.
Good job sniffing that out.
Unauthorized access detected. Transitioning to phase 1.5.
Okay, now we're gonna start having to deal with missiles.
Combat routine, Raven. Watch out for those plasma missiles.
Yep. And the missiles come from other bots, so we have to be a little careful. We wait for the next wave here. Right, now the question is, where is the next closest bot even at? So we would like to be able to kill. It might be directly under me. Kind of almost looks like it is. Yeah, I think I see him down there.
It's tracking you, 621.
Or not.
Evasive action.
Oh, there you are. Over there. Wait, how do I... Oh, wait, it's like this? It doesn't really help. You can just use, like, the mouse to free aim, honestly. Slightly more easily. Those did not detonate for some reason. Alright, hold on. Like, you don't exactly want to just ignore these guys, but... I can't see my loadout. I feel like my Whoa, why was he like coming towards us? That was weird. I feel like my aim is like off somehow. Like it doesn't seem like it's adjusting properly. I remember looking in there. I don't think there was anything to find. I think the only thing that's really difficult about this mission is just trying to do it quickly. You could just ignore a lot of the I think you can honestly ignore a lot of the like robots and stuff, but
Just need to get a little closer.
is there a bot across from us? I felt like there was one more to deal with here. There is certainly one more to deal with, but he's either across the way or still further down. Still further down, I suppose.
You're up close now, 621. Destroy the target.
Raven, it'll be easier to immobilize if you aim for the neck joint.
Bobo, buddy man.
Those things are way bigger than I thought they were. How did that miss? I guess it hit? I'm not really sure. It was very weird. Should have done more damage though. Okay. So I guess I'm like chipping the side of it. Also, Charlie, thank you for the follow. There we go. Why can't I raid you with my other account? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because it's new or something. I'm not sure if you're just not able to do raids yet.
Destroyed. Mission accomplished.
Or maybe there's some setting that's not letting mine allow your raid because your channel's new or something. I'm not really sure. Sorry about that. It's probably in the default Twitch settings. Like, I'm guessing it probably has it disallowed for like brand new channels. I have an idea. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that... I feel like I turned all that stuff off. Maybe it got turned back on somehow.
No new messages.
All right. Let's see here. Charlie, I don't know if you're still around at the moment, but do you want to see some Shocker gameplay? I feel like showing it off because it's actually fun. It's a fun build. My other builds, well, Let 'em Cook is very easy, well, so far, but Beef Wide Man needs work. But like, Shocker has been a lot of fun. I'm gonna test your assembly a little bit here. What is there anything else here? Actually, I want to check the parts shop. Is there anything else available that even does like electricity damage specifically? How would I even tell? I guess, do these count as energy? They're kinetic? Interesting. You'd think the stun guns wouldn't be considered kinetic. But I guess they're kind of like little taser bullets. The needle gun just shoots needle-shaped ammo. It's not... There's no energy aspect or electricity aspect to those. Explosives. Jamming bomb launcher. Is that the smoke grenade? There's the stun bomb launcher. So there's this. We could switch out like our stun baton with this if we don't want to use the melee. Charlie, thanks for the raid. With your main account. Did you just have everyone swap to the other channel?
Charlie
rated
23
yourself.
love talk. Charlie 23 love get
Hilarious.
pricked. Charlie 23 love.
Thank you. Thanks for the raid. How's it going, everybody? Ari, Sass, Amateur, Nothing, Roth. Hello, everybody. Charlie, I want to show you some Shocker gameplay. Here, I'll just do the arena again, because I don't know if I want to do missions with him just yet. Oh, wait, you haven't seen these. Whoops, sorry. Here, let's do... who else is potentially strong? Michigan? Default settings when it gets to an account needs to be at least 30 days old. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess it won't really be a problem, but I'll see about turning that off because I didn't realize that it was even on. Hey, Ann, how's it going? You had to change it on yours too, yeah. Maybe, I could have sworn I turned that stuff off, but either it got re-enabled after an update at some point, or I just forgot. Let's see if this build is any good against Michigan. I forget what he has.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program. Number 2.
Main system activating combat mode.
Songbirds. I'm out of dodge. So he's more of a lightweight build. He definitely doesn't have a ton of AP.
50%. AP at 30%.
But you can see that,
Target destroyed.
like, bleed, or sorry, electricity.
Stands at the apex of the
The electrical anomaly does do quite a lot of damage. It's, again, it's not percentage based, though. It's like 1600 damage or something like that when it triggers. So it's still a good chunk even on tanky targets, but you think the stun guns would be even better with heavy legs or like tank or tetrapod, or does that still make you pause to shoot? Oh, the needle launcher. What I can say about that is I think the tetrapod, like specifically when you're airborne, maybe it works all the time. Hang on, we could check. What am I using for legs right now? The Nox Rider. I'm very lightweight. Will I have an EN shortfall or anything if I... No, we're not overloaded or anything. Let's see. Yeah, the electricity's like bleed. It's almost exactly the same, except that it's not a percentage. All right, so when you're moving normally, you're still forced to stop because of the, it's just basically weapon recoil. Certain weapons have recoil, but how do you, wait, how do you, I have not played with the tetrapod in forever. How do you hover again? I forget. It's like, no, it's not that. I don't remember either. It's not hold boost. Jump button midair. Oh, it did work. I tried that before, maybe because I was just trying to hold it. It does still kind of stop you a little bit, but not as badly. Like, you can still definitely keep your momentum. But I think tetrapod, like specifically midair, is the only time when recoil doesn't kind of like fuck you over. So if you want to do like a shocker build, you could do that. And again, you don't need to do the stun baton. I just chose that because I kind of wanted to do a melee with this guy, but you could go with like a well, I don't know if this build with the legs that I had could do 2 stun needle launchers, but you could do that. But there's also like the stun bomb launcher. I haven't really tried that. Let's see what that's like. I mean, the thing I like about the stun baton is like it's got it's got pretty good melee boost. It doesn't, I don't have a target, so it's not really showing it, but you can charge it. Or like the laser dagger, it's got like a good combo. So if you do like corner somebody or stagger them long enough for them to not move, you can just be like, yeah. You can just smack them a bunch. Which it's not gonna have the DPS that the laser dagger does by its generic hit, but the electricity buildup could still be worth it. Let's see though. If I switch these back to the Noctrier, what can we allow weight-wise? I don't even have I don't even have a second stun needle launcher unlocked. I have the stun. I'd have to buy something. Yeah. Hold on. Let's find out. Need to get a jetpack and Fallout? Hell yeah. Parts shop. Buy. Let's see. For the left hand, get a stun bomb launcher to try. It would potentially overload us weight wise, although that's not that big of a downgrade. The therapist. The multi-energy rifle is something I want to try when I make like a different like energy build. I think that's all that there is, electricity wise, unless there's like a shoulder one. I'm looking for the word stun mostly. Container, missile launcher, scatter, cluster, bullet, orbit, laser drone. Yeah, I don't think so. Might as well buy the other stun needle launcher in case I ever want to use 2 for some reason. There's not tons of electrical weapons, unless there's some that I maybe don't have unlocked, but... how's it going, the real gold hand? What builds have you played with? Mostly just one. I'm trying out some other builds for fun, but I'll switch back to my main one. For the rest of the missions I'm going to do today, probably. If you gave one with the missile FCS a chance, missile changes a lot with them. I've tried missile FCS in the past. I have not really done a lot of big missile stuff with any recent builds. All right, let's see. So that would definitely put us way over. And then if we wanted to do the stun bomb launcher... Oh, it's actually not over. We're just in capacity. I just want to see what this is like. Oops. AC test. Because I do like the stun baton, but maybe... What is this fire like? I guess you can charge it. So it's kind of like an electricity shotgun. It's very close range, I guess. Kind of travels along the ground. Interesting. So it's kind of scattered if you're not using... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that would be a great backup over the stun baton. I do think the shocker build is fun though. All right, assembly. But give me back my boy here. Stun baton. All right. For later. Does anybody understand what Electro does? Yeah, it's like bleed from the Souls games. It's kind of hard to tell how it's building up unless you're like paying attention to like specific little bars on the enemy, but and they get like a very slight stagger when it triggers, but when it does, they just take like a chunk of damage. It's not percentage based though. From my understanding, it just does like 1600 damage or something like that. But the point is, if you're going with a build like this that just does a bunch of electricity damage, you know, stacked, you can trigger it on an enemy pretty easily and then just do like 1600 damage like every time it triggers. I don't know if resistances work in this game the way that they do like on enemies, at least, like not other players, where things become more resistant. I meant to say, like, if it works like in Elden Ring, where once you trigger a resistance, things become more resistant to it temporarily. I'm not too sure that it would work that way at all. It might just be flat. In which case, if you can easily overcome that, then you can definitely trigger that you know, electric bleed, quote unquote, pretty quickly and easily, I would think. All right. Let's go back to the main build. We will, I will do some adjustments with Beef Wideman. I want to give him some different weaponry. I still like him being double melee, but we'll see. I might try a different melee build because he's just a little too slow, I think, for capitalizing on, at least for the type of weapons he's using. He'd be better off being like a full tank if we were going to go with that, because it would offset the speed limitations that the big legs impart. All right, let's go do another mission. We shouldn't need any logs or chests on this one. I don't think so.
Here comes the follow-up 621.
Does it work with stagger together? I noticed the electric pistols brings right up to stagger, but doesn't stagger. It does stagger them. It just doesn't have a lot of impact damage, so it takes a lot to stagger them. That's kind of why I have the stun needle launcher though, because that makes up for a lot of stagger.
Ready for close quarters combat.
Or rather, impact damage.
I've obtained the comms log from the Balaam squad that went in before you. It looks like they have another mission here, and it's not part of their survey. Guard mechs won't be the only threat. Balaam's agenda is just as dangerous.
I wonder if we get an option here. I think we might. This might be another, like, not a decision mission in the sense that, like, you choose between this mission and another one, but, like, we might get a mid-mission decision on this. Alright, let's go. I gotta get used to playing my main boy again.
My radar won't be able to reach the lower depths. You'll have to trust your eyes and ears.
But yeah, I want to try out some other builds, though. I wouldn't mind trying out some very missile-focused ones. That's kind of what Beef Wideman originally was gonna be, and then I was like, I kind of want to do like some sort of melee build, and I just sort of slap that stuff on him.
Main system activating combat mode.
And then Let Him Cook is dual songbirds, which is good for, you know, those rocket explosives, but as they are like actual RPGs, like rocket propelled grenade, the songbirds just shoot in a straight line, so they're not as good for like missile locking. I forgot to check my... Oh well. I want to make sure my FCS isn't somehow different, because it felt like my aim was off, even though it shouldn't be. We got that sketch last time. We don't need to worry about that. Turn on the power, please.
The elevator's back online.
Oh, right.
too.
I forgot about the
Let's take it
elevator.
back up to the upper level.
No need. I'm already up here.
The partition should open now. See if you can get access. The heat exchanger section's up ahead. This is around where the comms log for Balem's advanced squad cuts off.
Oh, how did I not get this? Did this get placed later? Maybe I just missed it, because I remember there being, at least, I'm pretty sure there's like a big fight that happens in this room. But maybe this is like a New Game Plus sketch, I'm not sure. The initial thing is the same as always, masked artist, etc. STV's notes, caught a couple of hired killers on the prowl, managed to sneak in a sketch without being noticed. The fool won't pay back what he owes, one said.
It seems we're alone. Raven, ambush!
You must be Raven. Yes, you do seem rather extraordinary.
This guy is very
AC
airborne specific. I missed.
He's a black market contract killer.
Well, not person. This is just business.
AP at 50%.
It comes.
I took way more damage than I should have during that.
AC dead sled destroyed. Cold call won't be a danger to you anymore. Iguazu. You even tried sending an assassin after you.
I wonder if that just wasn't cold called the first time. Oh, that was something we did not want to get hit by.
Threat level 7.
What was that? Raven, watch out. That weapon must be guarding the steps. We'll see what data I can find.
Okay, so with this one, we specifically have to go.
Intruder proximity to critical sector confirmed.
We have to go through the vent, right? Yeah, okay.
Found this.
I never like checked this door when I went here the first time, so
And get the partitions open.
just make sure I didn't miss anything back this way. Okay, to the vent.
Raven, let's look for a ventilation duct. We're underground. There must be one somewhere. Coral has an instinct to gather together. And it seems I am no exception. I feel a growing urge to move. Ventilation duct identified. Looks like it's connected to the control room.
And there's a chest over by where they are. I remember that. Guess that's all there is, though. Oh. Lots of you guys. Alright, let's go.
We're in the control room. Now let's find an access point.
Alright, let me take care of these ambushers while I'm here. Oops, I pressed jump, but it didn't jump for some reason. How did you not get hit by that? Right in the middle of them. Alright, did we get them all this time? Nope, there's still one group here.
There. That's the control panel. I forced the partitions and the elevators back online. The defense system is onto us, but we should be able to proceed.
Seems like smooth sailing, 621. As if you hardly need help from me. When do you get so good at exploring?
I'm just a natural explorer, Walter. Nothing weird about it. No voices or anything. Skirt. I really love zooming around in this game. I think it's just one of my favorite things about Armored Core. Like why I've like just taken to this game like way more than I thought I would. Like the movement is just so fun. It takes getting used to. It's very floaty, but it's kind of like Returnal in a way, which I also really liked. It's definitely more floaty and zippy than Returnal, but like it's kind of a similar style of like shooting lots of guns and lots of stuff being shot at you, although you definitely have control of a lot more systems and guns than you do in Returnal for sure. Like this game is much more complex than Returnal, but
I expect that
they have
defense
kind of a
system
similar
will
vibe going on.
Be careful.
How's it going, Cannon Shout and Winterheart? Hello, hello. This game is rad. Armored Core in general is rad. Yeah, I've not really played the other games. I played like an hour or two of For Answer, I think it was, at a friend's house like years ago, but that's really been all my experience. So I was pretty much a noob coming into this. I mean, I've seen gameplay of the other games. Like I've watched some Twitch streams or YouTube videos and stuff, but like I was never like overly into Armored Core before this. I like mechs, but I've never been like a mech enthusiast or anything, like to the point where it's made me want to like go out of my way to get mech video games. So I'm really glad that FromSoft got back around to making another Armored Core game, because I was like, oh yeah, cool, I would like to play Armored Core in a modern setting when I know that it'll be a game that'll work decently on whatever hardware I have. Because the only thing that's kind of like kept me from like going back and buying like one of the previous Armored Cores is like I don't think that they'll emulate super well if I have to emulate them, because there was a bit of a gap between this and the most recent one before it. All right, let's fight a boss. What a scrub! Why didn't you start in 1997?
Intruder detected in closed sector.
I could have potentially,
Defense program phase
although I don't.
3.0.
We didn't have.
Switching to termination.
Can't remember when we bought like our PS1. It wasn't right when it came out, but to be fair, I would have been 8. I was playing games by then, console games included, both PC and console.
Terminating target.
But yeah, I think that would have been a little too much for me at that age, despite being very into video games and very decent at them at the time.
That's the Enforcer, an AI-controlled prototype developed by the PCA.
Oop, I fucked that up real bad.
Intruders.
Fuck this up, buddy.
Down here, wanted to stay hidden.
AP at 50%.
Phase 3.5.
Bye. Whee!
Confirmed. Enemy unit is silent. Walter should have some data on the next sector. Let's take a break for now, Raven.
So for me to actually do quick turn, because I I swapped the L3 boost with circle, because it's easier for me to do boosts and boost kicks that way, and I also don't accidentally trigger boosting when I'm trying to like charge a melee attack by just the pressure of my thumb accidentally pushing the stick in. Now if I want to do quick turn, I have to hold left stick in and then move it a different direction, which is really awkward. But honestly, I don't really use quick turn, so it's fine.
No new messages.
Got him. That was a big hit. Yeah, the pile bunker is my love. I love the pile bunker very much. There's a lot of good melee weapons in this game, but it's really hard for me to really give up the pile bunker for something else. Still have some parts to buy. So let's just keep buying shit up here. It's all the available arms for now. Oops. No. Okay, now I do still have the Abbot equipped. I don't know why my aim felt so far off the one mission, but it's very weird. All right. I'm still debating. Like, I like the Ming Tang as like a good balanced generator for this build. I really wouldn't mind switching back to a Coral one at some point, though. The problem with these is that their energy recharge and supply recovery is extremely low. However, the hidden feature of them is the post recovery EN supply, which is even better on the heavier one, which makes it so that if you intentionally run yourself all the way out of energy, you actually get your energy back much faster. Or rather, post recovery is like you get a big burst of energy back like after the recovery phase, and the recovery phase is only like a couple of seconds, whereas the EN recharge, like, it takes like 5 seconds or something for it to start recharging again, and you can see the rate that it recharges is super slow. So when you're using these Coral boost or generators, you really want to just run yourself out of energy whenever possible, because then you'll actually get your energy back faster, and when it recovers a huge chunk. Like, if you go with the heavier of these two, if you have it, you'd be missing 1100 points, but you get, instead of 4400, you get 3300 back. That's still most of your bar back, like, instantly. At least once it triggers, which again, it still takes a couple of seconds, but that's normal. The lighter weight one is good too. Not as good, but still good. But yeah, for now, I'll stick with the Ming Tang. I just really like that the Coral boosters do change, like, your boost color. Or sorry, I keep calling them boosters. Generators change your boost color. I think it also changes your assault armor color, because on the Shocker it was like red instead of blue. I noticed when you're using a Coral one. Underground exploration depth 3. This one I think might have a chest that I missed before. Let me look at the guide again. I don't mind looking at the guide since we're in New Game Plus, even though I'm not usually big at looking at these. Let's see. Depth 3. Do we have... to like look and see what these are. I don't think we're missing any logs from this mission. Oh, we had an alt mission. I didn't even realize it. Okay, so that's why that sketch was like right in the middle of that area. You get two versions of Depth 2 based on what you did earlier in the game in New Game Plus. I guess that's why Cold Call showed up instead of whatever's normally there, because I don't think it was Cold Call originally. But yes, we have, for the regular mission at least, we have the battle logs. It's just chests if we're looking for a chest. Which would be Depth 3. There's an FCS. The question is, do I have it already or not? Oops. I don't feel like I do have that one. Nope, I don't. So we should keep an eye out for that. I think I know where it is. Let's get going. We pet the puppy dog in loading screens and briefings.
Depth 3 is next.
Cisco says hi, by the way.
Sparse. It's an underground cave, blocked at the end by a high-powered laser barrier. As long as it's in operation, no one's getting any deeper inside. Which brings me to the job. The laser is powered by a massive reactor. I want you to destroy it from the inside. Once the barrier's down, we'll step into the unknown. Where the coral's waiting for us.
Chat loves you even though they can't see you, puppy dog. I promise I will get Puppy Cam back up and running one of these days. I know I keep saying that a lot. It's just, you know, there's always so much shit to do that I never have time for and I never get around to doing it. And then there's stuff for stream, which is just like, certain things are high priority, but most of the high priority things for stream are like, does my stream run? Does it work okay? Versus, should I get this like extra feature up and running? I want to, it's just a matter of when.
Walter, it's like he already knows where the coral convergence is. What makes him so confident?
All right.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy the reactor and disable the laser barrier.
Raven, let's start by finding our way in. Watch your footing. You don't want to fall into those lasers.
High-level threat detected. Threat level 8. Defense phase 4.0.
Oh, it still got clipped by that.
This area is defended by snipers. Don't let them shoot you down.
So, yeah, I think on one of these platforms
Step up from intruder.
is a chest that I missed. I should probably just go deal with the laser turrets quickly and then we can look around.
No sign of the corporations. Looks like we're the first ones here.
You know, assuming that I can get there quickly enough that the lasers aren't too much of a pain. And there's these other boys we gotta watch out for too. Oh. This makes me want to be able to crouch. That guy does not know where I am. He is shooting like way off in the distance. I guess we got that wreck last time. I guess, yeah, we shouldn't need to be looking for any logs here. We just want to look for the chest that we missed. Assuming I actually did miss it. I think I did, because I didn't have the part, but... Surprised that guy noticed me when this one didn't. Do. Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir. I think that should be all of them. Let's see if we can find this freaking chest that I missed. Assuming that it's here and not on New Game Plus. Hang on, I should actually check that and make sure it's not a New Game Plus thing. It just says Mission 37 Depth 3. It doesn't say whether or not... Shouldn't be New Game Plus specific. Okay, so it's on one of the like farther platforms, I guess. That's what I thought. Alright, let's go look. Maybe it's on that one over there. Or there's like one on another side. I don't think there are any over that way though. There it is. IACO1F Ocelus. Okay. Alright, the rest of these enemies, I kind of wish it would tell you in this thing if you get extra, like, your objectives. Because I don't know if I get any additional cash for killing enemies on this one. I mean, it looks like I do, so... This is showing up on the side.
Around the outside, 621. There must be a way in.
This is the one that had the nasty ambush that I was like not ready for the first time I did this. So we should try to be prepared this time. So you gotta fight him like on your way out.
Find the pressure chamber, 621. Destroy it, and the resulting overload will cause the reactor core to explode.
The threat has entered the reactor. Defense phase 4.5.
Fight back, Raven.
there, 621. Destroy the target. Pressure chamber destroyed. Get out of there before it explodes, 621.
Oh, I'm trying. I keep getting stuck on stuff. Now we gotta fight the guy who is where. Oh,
Defense program phase 510. Pattern B. Terminating threat.
No vital signs. Countdown in progress. Calculating time until core explosion. Raven, there's only 2 minutes left.
shit.
Upgrade to threat level 9. Terminating.
2 repair kits remaining.
Threat to Institute City.
Did you get it?
Raven, release the partitions.
Enforcement system. Full state of process. Lock on system now. Accelerate.
The first time I did this, I beat that guy with like a sliver of HP left.
Don't fail me.
I did
now.
not have a terminal armor either to like save me if I took like a bunch of damage. So I was very glad that there weren't like a bunch of enemies waiting for me after this, because I was like, one hit's probably gonna kill me.
That was a close one. Look, the laser barrier's weakening. The coral's near. That's another solid milestone in our work.
So we gotta fight Rusty coming up in the next mission, I believe, and then I guess because we're not gonna side against Carla this time, it means we'll have to fight Rusty later, because we're not choosing to help the Rubiconians. I kind of feel like choosing to help the Rubiconians might be better for your second playthrough, because I feel like more of the missions kind of line up with that better, like the extra mission choices that you get. But, oh well.
How was the trip underground?
I don't think it'll matter too much in the long run.
The enforcement system's silent, at least. Tried to take 621 with it. Good thing it failed.
Well, that deals with the PCA then.
I think a
What
package
about
just
the
got dropped
corpse?
off outside. I may need to go grab
Arquebus
that.
told us to wait before entering Terra Incognita.
So you're close then. The corpse won't be helping each other over the finish line.
Yeah. Arquebus wants Balaam out of the picture first.
Looks like Arquebus is gonna win the race no matter what.
Short term, maybe. But I think 621's going to be the key in the end. And that's why I shouldn't be the one to choose which jobs we take.
Sounds risky. Our friends must be getting antsy.
Maybe. But I think 621's got friends to worry about, too.
Alright. Alright, sorry. I was asked by my roommate to keep an eye out for a package delivery today, so I gotta go grab that off of the front porch.
Raven,
I'm actually just gonna go while this plays, so I'll be right back, y'all.
Liberation Front to go with the order from Arquebus. It was sent by Middle Flatwell. He's the de facto leader of the Liberation Front, and he wants to meet you.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. There was actually a couple of packages out there I had to bring in. Alright. Let's see. What did we get here? Solace, ooh. Even better close range assist. Although it drops... it drops medium and long range into the fucking dirt. I don't know. For 7 points of close range assist, I don't know if this is worth it. It actually has better missile lock and multi-lock correction. Not that I ever really used that. I'll think about that one. I'm just glad we got the part. So we have decision to make. This is not new. We chose to ambush the Vespers last time, so we will choose to intercept the red guns this time. Thanks for the welcome backs, by the way. So in this mission, eliminate Michigan, the Red Gun's top commanding officer, and destroy the Red Gun's main MT force. Extra rewards based on number of enemies destroyed. Or you get the duo, the double fight, where you fight Hawkins and Pater, but with, I forget who joins you with this. I don't think it was Snail. It was like Freud. I don't remember. Whoever it was, though, like, talked a really big game, but actually wasn't very helpful in the fight when I did this, because, like, they just seemed to get their ass kicked, despite being, like, one of their higher-ups. Wait, no, it wouldn't be, Freud. He's one of the Vespers. It's one of the Balaam folks. I don't remember which one it was, then. But, yeah, we will do this one instead, because that's... I'll double check just to be sure, but I'm pretty sure Ambush the Vespers is the one we did. Yes. So, intercept the red guns. Let's go.
Got a job for you, 621. This one's from the Arquebus Group.
Raven, this request comes from our affiliate, Schneider. First, I'll brief you on the state of conflict between Arquebus and Balaam at Watchpoint Alpha.
I don't remember either, except that he sucked.
The
Yeah.
Watchpoint's defenses inflicted heavy losses on Balaam's initial wave, with many deserting. More recently, they've engaged with our forces only to continue their downward spiral. Despite this, the Red Gun's commander, Gun 1 Michigan, remains alive and well,
Yeah.
with his AC Liger Tail being ready to lead the surviving Balaam MT force as we speak. We want you to intercept them, to hammer the final nail into Balaam's coffin. Should you decline, we have V4 lined up to take over. This concludes the briefing. Awaiting your favorable
So,
reply.
Rusty does do this canonically no matter what. I should say this mission, as in Michigan, gets killed canonically, either by you or by Rusty. Maybe that'll change in New Game Plus Plus, perhaps, but point is, if you don't do this mission, then Rusty will, but while Rusty's busy with this, you have the chance to wipe out 2 of the other Vespers for the Rubiconians, which is what I did last time. But it wasn't just for the Rubiconians, it was like somebody... Maybe it wasn't the Balaam guys, because the whole point of this mission is to wipe Balaam off the map. You're not destroying them as a company, like their politicians and stuff like that still exist. Their corporation still exists, but their presence here will be basically gone, so you're taking them out of the game. But that happens regardless of whether you choose to do it yourself or if Rusty ends up doing it because you don't choose to. But yeah, it's like the someone from, what's the other one? You got, what are the corporations? I'm like forgetting now. You got Balaam. Excuse me. Dafeng. Although that might be Balaam with Dafeng, actually. Arquebus and Schneider kind of work together. There's the PCA. The Rubiconians and RAD. Maybe it is someone for the Rubiconians. I forget who, but I guess I can look at the briefing to remember. That poor state, I know.
This is the request for Middle Flatwell, the Liberation Front commander.
Middle Flatwell.
Raven, I'll get straight to the point. Arquebus leads the corporate forces, emboldened by assimilated PCA technology. But they're still human, tired from the endless conflict between powers. Open to an attack on their key forces. We want you to eliminate 2 of the Vesper's numbered officers. V5 Hawkins, their officer overseeing the transport corps. V8 Pater, his adjutant. We'll use false information to lure them out from their Depth 2 survey, then ambush them. I will assist you on this mission.
So,
It'll be a good opportunity
as someone
to
with the
catch up with
Rubiconians, you'd think that, like, Middle Flatwell would be, like, a cooler dude, kind of. I mean, the Rubiconians aren't specifically the good guys here, just because they're working for, like, a rebel group. Like, there's good and bad in all of these groups. They're just a little less corporate than the other corporations. But yeah, Middle Flatwell kind of sucks. He's all, like, talk, and the guy... You get into the mission, he's like very bossy, and then when you finally like even try to do things his way, he sucks at it, and you have to really you have to carry the fight yourself, because maybe it was just due to RNG, I don't know, but he got taken down by the guy that I let him fight like easily. The guy was fighting him. I mean, he kept him distracted for a while at least, like that was useful, but he didn't even take that guy down to like half HP before he died. And then by the time I went over and fought him, I just kicked that guy's ass. So, Middle Flatwell, all talk, kind of an asshole, as you know, typical of cocky assholes, I guess. All right, let's go. Sorry to eliminate you by my own hand, Michigan. You're kind of a cool dude, as much as you insult your own crew. Michigan is like, as far as the corporations go, Michigan, as far as like a squad leader, is like probably one of the cooler ones. He at least has a good sense of humor, even if they're very militaristic.
Main system activating combat mode.
I'm afraid this is just how it must be.
Enemy readings. Paratroops incoming.
Attack! Get in there, you maggots!
Looks like Arquebus sent some clown on a suicide mission. Clearly brilliant.
The only clown around here is you, Kennebec. You're talking about the wall climber, the worm killer, the only gun 13 has managed to live this long. Until the Liger Tail deploys, the odds are not in your favor. You better keep the emergency.
See what I'm saying? Like, despite the fact that Michigan is not, like, he knows that you're here to kill him or to wipe out the Balaam forces in general. And he's like, you know, I mean, mainly he's saying all that so like his own troops don't underestimate you, but he's not here shit talking you either. He's just like, this guy is not to be taken lightly. He's gonna kick all of our asses if we don't fucking take this shit seriously.
Shut your stinkhole and start shooting!
Sir, yes, sir!
Third wave incoming, Raven.
Geronimo! Yeah!
Liger Tail's gonna be good to go soon. Keep the target busy.
Oh, come on, sir. You gonna ride out to steal all the credit? You got plenty of medals already, sir. We want some of the glory, too.
Fine. Whoever takes down Gun 13 gets
sir!
AC Ligertel incoming. It's Gun 1 Michigan.
Go, go, go! Follow Michigan!
Give the Liger Tail some cover!
Time to finish the job, 621. Don't let them overwhelm you. Shake off the pressure.
Those of you who withdrew, keep your lousy asses low. You're gonna need more training. Put that in your diaries.
Sir, I'm a useless maggot, sir!
Evidence in Osawa, a resident mathematician. Go multiply your rifle training and see if you can learn to do something useful.
You see what I mean? Michigan's great. All right, it's just down to you and me now, buddy.
GP at 50%.
Oh no, I accidentally double switched.
2 repair kits remaining.
Oh, what? How did he dodge that? That was so weird. He like kicked himself out of the way.
They're searching us.
Oh, okay.
One repair kit remaining.
Fuck, that was the worst timing for that to happen. Alright, I gotta like deal with these. Your little helpers are real annoying, dude.
AP at 50%. Left-hand ammunition at 10%. Right-hand ammunition at 10%. AP at
Come on.
30%.
Fuck off.
No repair kits remaining.
One of us out of ammo is the problem.
Left-hand ammunition depleted.
Yeah, this got bad, unfortunately.
AP at 50%.
I'm gonna lose because I just there's so many fucking enemies. Good God.
Destroyed. Can't have anything left to throw at us.
AP at 30%.
Be nice if they'd give you like a resupply randomly in this. If they're gonna throw this much shit at you.
Right-hand ammunition depleted. Right shoulder ammunition at 10%.
Yeah. Shit. That was the worst time for that thing to be right in the way. I don't think we can win. We've just been depleted of too many resources here.
Shoulder ammunition depleted.
Yeah.
Back the big one. Relief team.
We can beat him without switching our build. It just has to go.
Mama's on a
We have to be a little bit more precise with our shots. And I need to also not get screwed randomly in one of these phases, because that happened. I took like way too many hits to like a really bad stagger. And it just cost me to like hemorrhage like tons of resources as a result.
Activating combat mode.
Commence mission.
Enemy raids. Parachutes incoming.
Attack! Get in there, you maggots!
Looks like Archibald sent some clown on a suicide mission. Clearly broken.
The only clown around here is you,
God damn it.
You're talking about the wall climber, the worm killer, the only Gun 13 who's managed to live this long. Until the Liger Tail deploys, the odds are not in your favor. You better keep the emergency E-check primed.
Second wave incoming.
Yeah. I heard that Merc took down Gunfly Iguazu.
Iguazu? Oh yeah, the deserter who pissed his pants and ran.
Oh, but hey, I forgot we still kept you around. Iguazu's worth 100 of you, which means, Albany,
Hey, the Merc is worth 20 AM. You're doing nothing productive. Why don't you do the math for us?
The answer is 2000 Albany, sir!
Shut your stingle and start shooting.
Sir, yes, sir!
Third wave incoming, Raven.
Geronimo! Yeah!
Liger Tail's gonna be good to go soon. Keep the target busy.
Excuse you?
Come on, sir. You gonna ride out and steal all the credit? You got plenty of medals already, sir. We want some of the glory, too.
Fine. Whoever takes down Gun 13 gets to take home a Balaam Cobalt medal.
Can't fucking see. There's so much shit in the way.
They go real far when you throw them.
All right, your tail check complete, sir. Don't push the old girl too hard, huh?
Fine. I damn near missed the show, Potomac. Listen up, maggots. This field trip is now a hunting expedition.
Why did you lock onto that guy just now?
Follow me if you got a death wish.
Ready to die, sir!
AC Liger Tail incoming. It's Gun 1 Michigan.
Go, go, go! Follow Michigan!
Give the Liger Tail some cover!
God, lock on. Could you just?
Shake off the pressure. Those of you who went through, keep your lousy asses low. You're gonna need more training. Put that in your diaries.
Sir, I'm a useless maggot, sir!
If it isn't Osawa, a resident mathematician. Go multiply your rifle training and see if you can learn to do something useful.
Left-hand ammunition and right-hand ammunition at 50%. Two repair kits remaining.
Fuck. Why did that have to happen again?
Right shoulder ammunition.
Sometimes, man, I just really hate when it does that shit. I switch to my melee and just nothing happens.
Fifth wave. Resurgence.
AP at
Fuck.
30%.
Worst timing again. Alright, at least he didn't dodge at that time.
Guess HQ needs your help with the map, Osawa.
I don't understand why lock-on is just, like, not working half the time. I get that there's a lot of targets, but, like, it's kind of screwing me over a lot here.
Right-hand ammunition at 30%.
Just hemorrhaging resources because I can't hit things properly. What the hell? I dodged into nothing and got stuck. Why does my guy keep stopping randomly? Listen to all those alerts, man. Jesus Christ. Just quit throwing like a million missiles at me. Holy shit.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. No repair kits
See, I
remaining.
need to kill Michigan. Why did they have to put in an... Oh, fuck you, game. That should not have happened. Can't believe he got that shot off. Like, why did they put in another giant tank tetrapod for this phase? As if there wasn't already enough to deal with. I'm almost out of ammo again. And I don't think he has a lot of heals left, but I have to get Michigan down.
Right shoulder ammunition at 30%.
Lock on, what are you doing?
Left right-hand ammunition at AP at
What the fuck?
50%.
Man, they really could have put this one in the drawing board a little bit. Lock on just breaks constantly because there's just too many targets stacked on top of each other. And it really fucks you over constantly. Like, I can't, I've lost count of how many times I've lost my target because it just doesn't know how to keep the fucking the thing that I want to lock onto.
Left-hand ammunition depleted.
I'm fucked again. I gotta redo this again. Fuck, this is so dumb.
Main system.
I don't even think my build is bad for this. They just this is just a war of attrition.
Enemy ratings. Paratroops incoming.
What the? How did that even miss? You had the entire runway to get that off.
Activating combat mode.
Commence mission.
Enemy ratings. Paratroops incoming.
That shouldn't have hit me.
Get in there, you maggots!
Looks like Archibald sent some clown on a suicide mission. Ew, real cute.
The only clown around here is you, Kennebec. You're talking about the wall climber, the worm killer, the only gun 13 has managed to live this long. Until the Liger tail deploys, the odds are not in your favor. You better keep the emergency eject primed.
Second wave incoming.
Yeah. I heard that Merc took down Gun 5 in Guasu.
Watsu? Oh yeah, the deserter who pissed his pants and ran.
Albany, I forgot we still kept you around. Iguazu's worth 100 of you, which means, Albany, the Merc is worth 20 to him. You're doing nothing productive. Why don't you do the math for us?
The answer is 2,000 Albany, sir!
Shut your stinkhole and start
Sorry, my commentary may get a little
Sir, yes, sir!
lacking here. I just really need to focus in order to succeed in this mission without switching my build.
Third wave incoming, Raven.
Because the only thing that's going to make this mission easier is just having something that has like way better ammo.
Go soon. Keep the target busy.
Come on!
Because they just throw way too many fucking things at you in this fight.
You got plenty of medals already, sir. We want some of the glory, too.
Fine. Whoever takes
Oh,
down
fuck
Gun 13
off.
gets to take home a Balaam Cobalt medal. They're good, you know. They go real far when you throw them.
All Liger tail checks complete, sir. Don't push the old girl too hard, huh?
Finally, I damn near missed the show, Potomac. Listen up, maggots. This field trip is now a hunting expedition. You can go home now, or follow me if you got a death wish.
Ready to die, sir!
AC Liger tail incoming. It's done one mission.
Go, go, go! Follow Michigan!
Give the Liger tail some cover.
Time to finish the job, 621. Don't let them overwhelm you. Shake off the pressure. Those of you who withdrew, keep your lousy asses low. You're gonna need more training. Put that in your diaries.
Sir, I'm a useless maggot, sir!
If it isn't Osawa, a resident mathematician. Go multiply your rifle training and see if you can learn to do something useful.
Fuck. If I could just get something to cooperate with me here, this would be so much easier.
Right-hand ammunition at 50%.
Are you really not dead? How are you not dead?
At 30%.
I know your shield can't block all that shit that I just did. So how the fuck?
Surging us.
Oh, lock on Y.
AP at 50%.
Why are you not just... Oh my god. Ugh, stop fucking me over. Jesus Christ. I switched to the melee. Do the charged attack. Don't just stand there. Fuck. God, it just caused me to just fucking put myself in a risky position for no reason and just take extra damage for no reason. It was the whole point of doing that maneuver, and you just fucking sat there and took damage. God, that needs to work better. They really gotta fucking work on the input queuing for weapon swapping, or it's just not worth it. What the fuck? Lock on. Why? Come on, dude.
AP at 30%. No repair kits remaining.
Oh, what? How are there still more? What the why are you not dead? They throw way too much shit at you in this. I don't think I can win. So I have no heals left, and I'm just being bombarded by everything in sight. Oh, fuck off, environment. I got robbed there. Can't win.
Left-hand ammunition at 10%.
I just keep getting robbed by one thing or another, dude. How is that this guy is as fast as he is? Just do the attack! Oh my god, please.
SHQ needs your help with the map, Asawa.
At least we can add numbers.
Left-hand.
Oh, fuck. God damn it. If the game could just respond to my inputs, man.
Combat mode.
I swear we can do this. This mission doesn't even seem that hard. It's just numbers. But the numbers seem fucking nigh infinite. I don't know why there's just so many. Like, they should really have considered the balance on this one a little bit. I realize, again, I could switch up my build and probably make it a lot easier, but...
The wall climber, the worm killer, the only gun 13 has managed to live this long. Until the Liger tail deploys, the odds are not in your favor. You better keep the emergency eject primed.
Second wave incoming.
But it's just that, like, when there's a million fucking enemies, like, you can't even use lock-on to actually do anything. And when you're not locked on, it's just as bad. Like, your aim just goes fucking everywhere.
I forgot we still kept you around. Iguazu's worth 100 of you, which means, Albany, the Merc is worth 20 to him. You're doing nothing
Could you
productive.
please
Why
cluster?
don't you do the math for us?
Thank you.
Shut your stinko and start shooting!
Sir, yes, sir.
Third wave incoming, Raven.
Geronimo! Yeah!
Liger tail's gonna be good to go soon. Keep the target busy.
Now, come on, sir. You gonna ride out and steal all the credit?
Alright, the tetrapod will be here. I really wanted to take those guys down as a group.
Fine. Whoever takes down gun 13 gets
Oh,
to
well.
take home a Balaam Cobalt medal. They're good, you know. They go real far when you throw them.
All Liger tail checks complete, sir. Don't push the old girl too
It's
hard,
not
huh?
quite who I was trying to shoot at, but
Finally, I damn near missed the show, Potomac. Listen up, maggots. This field trip is now a hunting expedition. You can go home now, or follow me if you got a death wish.
Ready to die, sir!
AC Liger tail incoming. It's gun one mission.
man, I just wish these enemies would stop, like, ignoring the stagger state.
Finish the job, 621. Don't let them overwhelm you. Shake off the pressure. Those of you who withdrew, keep your lousy asses low. You're gonna need more training. Put that in your diaries.
You get a little bit of space. Like, I'm sorry to be like so ranty in this mission. It's just
Go multiply your rifle training and see if you can learn to do
God.
something useful.
like I'm just trying to do anything that would be considered like a useful tactic here, but this guy just chases you down while you're being harassed by 50 other enemies at the exact same time. I don't understand why his pulse shield, I mean, I guess I understand it. It's just that his, like, lasts for what feels like a really long time.
Fifth wave. They're searching us.
Right. You're not even fucking dead. God, why does a metal shield work that well, too? Hello? Come on, game. Come on. Come on.
50 Balaam MTs destroyed. Can't have anything left to throw at us.
Left-hand ammunition at 50%.
For a little bit of responsive feedback to the shit that I'm doing. Be nice.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%. APs at 30%. 2 repair kits remaining.
Come on, stop being stuck. It's not who I want yet. We want to fight Michigan, we need to kill him, but I just want this fucking tetrapod to be out of the way. And of course there's another enemy left, because there's no fucking end to them.
Balaam MT
Fucking
squad
die.
wiped out. That just leaves Michigan.
Alright.
Watch and learn, maggots. I'll show you how to slug it out.
Light-hand ammunition at 30%. Left-hand ammunition at 30%.
What? What the fuck just happened there? Fuck off. God damn, this game is such shit about this sometimes. So this had to be a fucking tetrapod enemy too. Fuck off! Just land the hit, dude. I have to just like not do charged attacks because he just backsteps out of the fucking way.
Left-hand ammunition at 10%.
The guy feels like he has fucking damn near infinite AP.
Left-hand ammunition depleted.
Just what? Oh, I'm out of ammo again. Great.
50%.
Grand. Nope, not how we wanted to handle that, that's for sure.
At 30%.
I think it would be a lot more fair if enemies operated the way players do and actually had like a limit to their ammo. Like with bosses, I get it, but with enemy APs on some of these missions, they just overtune the shit out of them by giving them infinite ammunition. Oh, great, great, great. That's not what I said to do. Just fucking do the thing. Why? He was staggered, like, within a second, he still dodged. What is this recovery timing you have? Finally. Good fucking Christ. God, that mission sucks.
You can tell this to posterity. Mean old Michigan died of a bad fall.
I'm sure you can, you know, break this mission easily with, like, specific loadouts, but Jesus Christ. Why did they overtune the absolute fuck out of him? When you fight Michigan in the arena with this exact build, he is no problem. Fighting him in this level, he has 3 heals, which, you know, that's just the difference between arenas and PvP and this kind of shit. You know, you don't get any healing in that. But he seems way tankier than he was in that. He gets far more utility, and just the fact, again, that they get, like, infinite ammo, man, that pisses me off so much. There's just no end to what they have. Obtained all inner parts, okay. Alright, sorry. I'm gonna try to not complain so much now. I just wish that mission was a little bit better balanced. I don't even know what build works on that mission better than
Didn't think I'd see the end of the red guns.
what I have. Like, aside from just having something with way better ammo.
Michigan knew the score. Balam's withdrawn from Rubicon. The politicians will be fighting their war now. Where there's coral, there's blood. That's how it's always been, 621.
Raven, are we doomed to spark conflict wherever we go?
Probably. Alright. Sorry for the rantiness. I would love to be the type of streamer that just is always chill, but I can't avoid it sometimes. Some of that shit just gets infuriating. I really feel like the problem with that mission is, like, you're fighting in this simultaneously big open environment where there is no cover, and then there's these little patches of cover that don't really protect you but constantly get in your way. And then they just obliterate you with wave after wave after wave of just bullshit enemies that are just constantly flailing or lobbing missiles at you. So you just get no breaks whatsoever. It's just dodge, 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 just run everywhere constantly. And it's not good for a close range build because you have to close in to really do any damage. Honestly, like, if I had not had the pile driver in that mission, pile bunker, I might have actually done better. Like, even just a second songbird, it still would have been rough. But what I needed in that fight, like, that mission seemed prime for, like, you just need multi-lock missile launchers. Because there's a lot of, like, little clusters of enemies that you could probably take down, especially, like, the little helicopters and shit you can take down with singular missiles. But yeah, the waves that were tough, you have to fight 2 tetrapod, like, tank tetrapod ACs, that I just don't have any capability of, like, taking down within, like, a couple of seconds. It's going to take me, like, a couple cycles of pile bunker to get them down, at least unless I'm okay with just wasting a ton of ammo to kill them quickly, which sometimes that's the only thing I can really do, but it's not fun to do that way. Because then I need ammo for Michigan, because as much as I'd love to just be able to, like, boost kick into him and then pile bunker him to death, you know, him having also a tetrapod allows for him to have, like, superior mobility in that fight, unless I also have a tetrapod. So he's tanky, he's fast, and the thing that was pissing me off is that every time I staggered him, I barely had time to even do, like, a regular pile bunker attack. He would just instantly backstep. Like, that guy's, his attitude stability, what is it? Attitude recovery, I guess? Must be off the fucking charts. Because anytime he staggered, he was staggered for, like, a total of 1 second, and then he was immediately moving again. Which for an AC of his size seems absurd, but Okay. I mean, maybe the tankier ones actually recover more quickly, I guess, but it just seems like that makes it that much harder to kill them. Like, the trade-off would make sense if you were going full tank legs and shit, but when you have stuff like that kind of capability and the tetrapod legs, like, you're gonna get hard countered on a lot of, like, lighter and medium weight builds, I think, against that guy. Which is weird, because when I fought him in the arena, he was no problem. Like, I kicked the shit out of him with this exact build. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but... And I feel like it can't just be the fact that he has heals. I think his weaponry is just better. Not to mention the fact that he has infinite ammo, but... which is the big problem for me, because, you know, with that many enemies, like, I can't take my time to melee them all to death and conserve ammo. Which means that by the end of that, I just, you know, the big problem I'm running into is I just don't have enough ammo to last through the fight. Because the end of it boils down to me just, you know, even though that last try, like, I only won because I had more ammo than I did the previous times, I still ran out before he was dead. And I only just barely clutched it with a couple of decently timed abilities and some probably very good luck, because there was a good chance he could have just songbird missiled me when I was trying to do my pulse, or my assault armor charge, and just died. But thankfully he got hit by it long enough for me to run up and pile bunker him quick. Not with a charged one, mind you, but... Alright, I just wanted to, like, look at these boosters again. These have better upward thrust, better consumption. Their regular thrust is 201 points less. Boost speed is 10 points less. The quick burst is more costly. Yeah, I don't know about these ones. They seem not bad, but they also seem kind of pricey to use. It says enhanced quick boost related specs, but weirdly it's I mean, it makes your dodges go farther. You can probably, I don't know, it's not that good, because you can't even or wait, is QB speed? No. It's just the speed of the boost. It just, you have faster and longer range dodges, basically, like, but it's actually a slower cooldown, which is weird for something that's, like, optimized for quick boosting, or supposedly. Alright. Let's continue and hopefully have less frustrating missions. Pretty soon we'll have to do the other boss again, which was a little rough, but hopefully it'll be a little easier for me this time. I don't really want to switch my build up for it.
621. We're picking up where we left off. Now that you've dealt with the laser barrier,
It's understandable. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like getting tilted on stream.
We've received a request from Archibus to continue.
It's not so much that I'm, like, embarrassed about it or anything, but, like, I just...
Something else too.
I like for this to feel like a nice chill place to hang out and not just have the streamer fucking ranting and complaining about the thing that they're doing. Especially when I could make it easier on myself by switching my build potentially, but...
Archibus cannot tolerate unauthorized surveys that will put its coral interests at risk. If you spot this rogue agent, eliminate them.
Where there's coral, there's blood. Remember that, 621.
But yeah, I don't know how, like, some people manage to just stay, like, incredibly chill sometimes when they're playing video games. Like, I'm usually pretty chill most of the time. I don't react to a lot of stuff. And even certain, like, times when I get, like, a bullshit death, like, in a video game, I don't really have that kind of reaction. It's when a mission gets just, like, absurdly frustrating like that, that I'm just like, what the fuck? Hey, Ryan, how's it going? Alright, let's go.
to be following you.
Hope you're having a good one so far, Ryan.
Another mercenary?
Doing pretty all right. Cool, cool. Yeah, we just did the Kill Gun 13 Michigan mission, and I was ranting a bunch because goddamn is that one tough on this build, just because it is so resource dependent. Like I kept running out of ammo. By the time I was like trying to kill Michigan at the end, which, mind you, like if you try to focus Michigan while you have more ammo, you might succeed better, but when you're just being wailed on by like every other enemy in the area, it just gets so tough to keep that up. Message for Uncle. Comms record extracted from a wreck appears to have been left by an RLF messenger who infiltrated earlier but was killed by the corporations. I have to get this back to Uncle. Furlong agreed to provide technological assistance. Now the new model can finally be completed. He has to know before these two destroy each other. So I guess that's a new log, because I don't remember seeing that before. At the end of it, I was playing Punch-Out with the MTs. Yeah, that's kind of what I was stuck doing, except that I'd end up having to kill everything else, then like Michigan would be close to death by the end of it, and I would just run out of ammo like right before he'd be dead, and just like completely like starved of resources. Damn it, I always forget that they ambush you right there. I shouldn't say always forget, this is literally the second time I've done this mission. The first time, I just happened to notice that they were there before they hit me. How did that miss? That was so weird. I probably have an easier time with the longer pistols since they build stagger better than the shorter ones, but I love them too much. Yeah, I totally get that. I mean, the ammo concerns, well, it's only 7 extra shots. That's the thing, is like, the main benefit of the shorter pistols is their rate of fire, because you only get 7 extra bullets with the smaller pistols. It's 1 clip of difference. So I feel like you don't really lose much with the larger pistols. They're mostly an upgrade aside from the rate of fire. I do kind of like actually prefer the look of the shorter ones, just because the long ones seem a little ridiculous, but yeah, it'd be nice if they upped their reserve a little bit, or just, you know, like the older Armored Core games, give you the means to like have an expansion or something that can let you carry extra ammo, because it'd be nice for missions like that. Long pistols remind me of those police barrels on Deagles, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, being able to like pack extra ammo or something, or be able to call a supply Sherpa once per mission instead of having like assault armor, I would totally take that, although I feel like a lot of people would. Even if it's like a half of a resupply, you know what I mean? Or even if it's just ammo, not health or anything, or AP, I mean, repair kits. Oh. They have Flatwell attacking you in this? I wonder if that's... Oh, okay. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. We got real screwed over there. The worst stagger timing ever.
AC steel haze incoming.
I don't want to dance to there too, but this time, I don't have any other choice. I'm coming, buddy. I set you both up. 621, make it through this alive. Rusty, wait!
He's a liberation.
How did you dodge that? You were like right on top of it.
You're good. And that's not the only thing that makes you a threat.
Like, I gotta take down Flatwell, I think. Oh my god, that's such shit. Anytime you get staggered, you're just, like, dead.
30%.
God, they really pile it on. This is gonna be tough. Yeah. I literally can't do anything. I'm staggered. I get double staggered somehow. God, why are they both so fucking evasive?
AP at 50%.
My AC can't take much more.
Okay, we have a chance. We have a chance.
Still have work to do. Some things changed since last time. But you still haven't found a purpose.
Light and ammunition at 50%. Left hand ammunition at 50%.
God, Rusty is really difficult to hit with these fucking things.
AP at 30%.
What? That's some shit. Fuck. He was there, that would have done it.
AP at 50%.
Got him, I guess? It didn't seem like I did, but...
Never failed to impress.
Okay. That was very rough, but I guess we got there. Rough fight, dude.
Find your purpose. Then we'll settle this.
I don't know. I had the same build when I fought Rusty the first time. He's the most evasive ACU fight. Yeah, I don't know if I just got lucky the first time, because he only took me one try, and he did not really take that much...
Of steel haze.
He didn't really take that much doing, to be honest. Like, he died really fast. I don't know if he's, like, buffed up a little bit if you get this version. Probably not, because you have to fight two at the same time, and that's even worse.
Bottom of the pit.
It annoys me that Middle Flatwell is, like, actually kind of competent when you fight him, but when he's fighting the Vespers with you, he sucks. Like, he barely helped me at all when I fought the Vespers in my first playthrough.
Of course.
Just got his own ass kicked.
Find it. I need to prepare before the corps move in. Head back to base and rest up.
That's because no one uses the pile bunker like we do. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just there's been some struggling for sure. But I'm also probably a little bit out of practice because I haven't played for a couple of days, and I was playing with some other builds just to fuck around.
The voices of the coral. My family.
I feel less in the zone today than I usually do. The first couple missions went fine, but
By the fires of Ibis. Only a few survived.
killed the enforcer without any
All
trouble.
this time, they finally formed a new flock. It looks like Walter has sent you a message. Let's take a look, Raven.
Incoming comms.
once was a scientist. He abandoned his family to delve into the secrets of Coral. His work yielded a carnival of horrors, augmentation surgery included. But there was another scientist. He took his colleagues' sins upon himself and set it all ablaze. Died with no regrets. There's a lesson in this story. Once something's alive, it doesn't die easy. 621. Story time's over. It's time for work.
Alright. No new stuff. We could buy some shit, I guess. We'll just wait. Missions. Alright, time to do the boss again. On this mission, I missed a part. I know where it is, but I'm also missing a log, I think, so unless it's a new log, I'll have to look around.
Institute City, the mausoleum of the sinners who caused the fires of Ibis. The Coral's
Probably
right
in the
there,
first section somewhere.
waiting. Arquebus has ordered us to discontinue the survey and hand things over to their own AC squad. 621. We're done with the corporations. Wipe out the Arquebus AC squad and get to the Coral first. When this job is over, I'll tell you about the last of my friends'
Trying to
requests.
wonder what would even be like a really good build for that Michigan battle. Because I feel like a lot of the concerns, like being something a little bit tankier, having a tetrapod would probably help. Just A for tankiness and B mobility. Even just a straight up tank would probably be alright. Or at least one of the faster, like the lighter tank legs would probably be okay too. But really ammo is like the big thing. Gatling guns could maybe do it, but I still feel like they'd have ammo concerns in the long run. You just want something with like a lot. I don't even know. Normally you probably wouldn't even want melee for that mission. Like being able to punish the tetrapods in Michigan with the pile bunker is great, but he kicks his way out of the pile bunker's charge like instantly because that dude has like one of the fastest recovery speeds I've ever seen. Like he's nowhere near as evasive as someone like Rusty, but after you stagger Michigan, he's like unstaggered within like 1.5 seconds. So you just, if you're swapping to a melee weapon, you like don't have time. You have to like pre-swap, stagger him with like your right hand weapon or shoulder, and then immediately hit him with the charge thing, or you just don't have time. You can hit him with like an uncharged one, obviously, but that's not gonna do tons. But yeah, just something with moderate damage but decent, like way better ammo would probably work better.
Never mind.
Maybe even just lots of explosive weapons too, just to wipe things out quicker. Keep hearing that if the gap between your current load and maximum load is larger, then your ACS overload recovery is shorter. That would make sense. Tetrapods get a lot of max load increase, so.
Your voices are so close now.
Mine's pretty bad. It might get me to change some parts at some point.
This is my home.
Because I feel like when I get staggered, I'm down for the long count, man. I recover quickly enough, but I'll be spamming the dodge button, and it just takes like a full couple of seconds before I can do anything again.
Commence mission.
All right, let's look around. I know the chest is like over that way. I'm just not sure where this log that I missed and or is new supposed to be.
Relics are such pests.
That's the Arquebus AC squad. Isn't that one with the red guns?
Looks like the drones are keeping them busy.
Alright, so there's the chest that I missed before. There's that little ping sound on the end of that. I still don't know if that's like you know, oh, there's actually something nearby, or if it's just kind of like a random sound effect that sometimes gets put onto the end of the scan. But it doesn't seem random because it seems to happen in specific spots. But sometimes, like, I think it's just when it's highlighting an enemy, that's what's being scanned. And when there's no enemies on screen, it might just be because enemies are going to show up in the next wave, and it might just be kind of like a bug situation. I don't want to wait all day. I need to deal with these guys here.
Independent mercenary. Decided to ignore Arquebus's orders, did you? V2 Snail, come in. The Raven has landed. Requesting backup.
What the heck are y'all doing? I think this is like one of my main problems with this mission. Is like, as soon as they notice you, like, both the, okay. Both the drones and the ACs decide to just pay attention to you and not each other anymore, which is a little weird.
Friendly AC down. Requesting backup.
2 repair kits remaining.
I don't know quite what happened there. I got shoved backwards.
V2 Snail. Please come in. This is Materlink. Requesting backup.
Come on.
At 30%.
Please, Snail, come in.
Alright, it's alright. We'll get a supply later, and/or we can restart a checkpoint later. Thing is, I could have gotten a big pile bunker on her, hit on her when she was in the corner there, but like I got shoved backwards weirdly. I don't know what happened. It's not like she kicked me. My dude just like got yeeted very randomly, it felt like. I don't know if maybe there's something on the, I think there might be a log on the other end of the lake, not the far end because I already got that log, but like Moonlight's over that way, and then there's a log, or there's a couple dudes to fight over there plus a log you can pick up. So I think there might be one over here somewhere.
He must mean that gigantic structure in the distance.
Fighting these guys is kind of a pain in the ass at times. Let me just check, make sure that there's nothing over here that I missed. Alright, you can't go that way. We'll just look over here. I can always find it off stream if I need to. Now, where might there be a downed mech or something? You could also fight the bone wheel on this bridge. Maybe this one gives you a combat log or something. Because I always ignored this one.
Enemy detected. Thomas Grinder.
Arquebus must be tracking us by now. Hurry,
Oh,
61.
he's dead. Yep, combat log. There you go. That might not be the only thing, but
Unstable energy for half a century. Perhaps it should be no surprise that humanity so desires coal.
these guys, if you catch them unaware, are not really too bad. No, I'm not looking for the chest, Daniel. Thank you, though. I already got the chest, and I got the Moonlight one as well. Top of it. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I got that chest like just a little bit ago. I'm looking for just logs now, and I know there's stuff down there. We might have gotten the log that I needed, the combat log from that bone wheel that we just killed. But yeah, that chest is open, and the one at the top of the map I also already did, so I think we're okay to move on. I don't really want to kill all these guys again.
Readings are off the chart. We're close.
Voices are stronger than ever. It's not to us.
The response is getting stronger. We're nearly there, 621.
Now, let me just make sure there's no hidden logs around here. I do remember looking around before, but right on the end of the lake. Yeah, I think I got them then. Probably okay. I mean, again, I can redo the mission off stream if I need to. It's not a big deal. I think let's just go ahead and proceed and try to do the boss and hopefully not die a bunch of times. I wouldn't say I've ever mastered this fight yet. I did okay when I beat it, the time that I beat it, but this build doesn't like excel at fighting it per se. I mean, it does good damage with the pile bunker, like really good, but you have to be able to dodge the attacks consistently, and that's where this fight gets to be a little bit of a struggle.
The coral's rising. It's building up faster than I'd expected.
Raven, I knew Walter was...
Wait, something's coming.
Unidentified machine overhead. A response. It's a sea weapon.
See, we've been going for a little over 2.5 hours. I don't know if we'll finish New Game Plus today or not, but it would be nice to. Depends on how long it takes me to get through the last bits. And this fight, of course. Hopefully this doesn't take me too many tries. Okay. Already fucking up real bad.
I think it's controlled by Coral too.
The IMIS series are no ordinary weapons.
Yep, I was out of energy.
Prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. And now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Yeah, I don't have much practice with this fight. I don't find this fight to be overly difficult because of like how quickly you can take it down with the pile bunker. However, it does a lot of damage, so I gotta remember the patterns, because like there's a good opportunity to hit it a bunch right at the start, but you have to like dodge things kind of consistently. And then the double slash attacks get a little rough.
This series is truly capable of.
Drawing power from its environment.
It's vulnerable now. Fuck.
At 30%.
You can take it, 621.
Hey, first try. That could have gone better, but it's been, I literally haven't fought this since the first time, or the first playthrough, I mean. So I wouldn't say I'm practiced.
The choral resonance.
Took me a second to remember how some of their attacks worked. I was trying to wait for some of the like double slashes, and they just kind of didn't come out.
Inherited from its creators.
Because those slashes are much easier if you dodge one direction than the other direction.
Raven, you're losing control.
Damn it. They were one step.
Fucking snail. It's the one thing about not doing the other ending that sucks a little, because in that ending, you get to put Snail in his fucking place.
Yes, yes. I left the subject alive as instructed.
Many people say that this boss is not strong, but I have to disagree on this. Make no mistake, that fight is tough. Like, when I first did this, it took me several tries. I wouldn't say that time-wise I was on it for super long, but I kept restarting the fight, so it probably took me like, I don't know, 15, 20 tries, which for me is a lot when it comes to these kinds of games. Yeah, it is also dependent on your build. Like, sometimes you can just have a build that just wrecks things. You may have noticed that when I was doing the charged pile bunker hits, I was eliminating like 60% of its HP in one hit. So having a weapon like that available, if you can land it with good positioning, just demolishes a boss like this. However, it's still dependent on you being able to dodge some of the attacks or otherwise tank them if you want to be a little tankier than I am. Up until the point that you stagger it and then do like that huge direct damage hit. If you want the boss to be pretty easy. In fact, I'd say a lot of bosses work that way. There's a couple that maybe aren't quite so easy, especially some bosses that are hard to use the pile bunker on, just because they don't stay staggered for very long if you're trying to capitalize on staggered hits. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to use the pile bunker either. Like, there's a number of weapons too that also just make a lot of boss fights really easy. It's not so much that the boss themselves are easy, it's just that builds, the way this game works, aside from that G1 Michigan fight that I feel like honestly is just kind of a war of attrition. Like, I don't think that mission in and of itself is impossible to make easy, or at least easier, but just because of the amount of enemies you have to fight with no resupply and just they're all constantly piling on you with missiles and shit, like that fight or that mission felt really awkward to do, mainly because my targeting was just so off. Like, there's so many targets that your reticle doesn't know who to look at. Even if, whether you're using lock-on or not using lock-on, it just seems like you're constantly like shooting at the wrong target. But yeah, some boss fights are just simply made easier if you're just willing to switch up your build with the money that you've gathered, by buying new parts. And you can gather money by redoing missions or arena stuff too. And a lot of it does not require that you like beat the game first. Like, usually, like, if you're familiar with Ouroboros on his YouTube channel, and I know he's not the only one, like Fighting Cowboy's been making like walkthroughs for the game. There's probably a bunch of other people doing the same sort of thing, but just as someone off the top of my head, Ouroboros has been making videos about like how to quote unquote break each boss in the game. In other words, how to easily defeat them by just using available parts, or as in parts that are available either that you would get through missions or easily be able to buy before doing that mission with that boss. And so he'll just tell you, like, if you're struggling with a boss, like, you can just use this particular loadout, and he'll give you like a couple of alternative options you can usually use as well. And then he just shows you how to fight it like super easily with that setup. And it's true. Like, what I was trying to say is, this game, I think people have called it tough but fair. This game can be very challenging, and it certainly is a lot to get used to when you're new to it, like I was. Once you get the swing of it, it's not so bad, but what really makes the game fair, or at least potentially even easy at times, is just that when you run into like a super challenging boss or level or whatever, you can usually make that level or boss far easier by simply switching your build. Now, with that said, I'm stubborn, as are many gamers, and oftentimes don't want to switch my build. I'd like to just see if I can succeed with the build I already have, because I like my build. And there's occasions the build I use is already quite strong. I like it a lot. Not because it's like optimized in any particular way, but the pile bunker is really good and the pistols are really good at doing stagger. They actually do pretty adequate damage. And if you're willing to get into melee range and, you know, try to dodge your way through things as much as you can and otherwise have enough health to kind of back up taking, you know, eating a few hits, you can make this build work really well. But there's a few missions where this build struggles for sure. Aurora. That must be the thing that I got from the other chest.
Arquebus seized control of the coral, and its occupying forces swiftly commandeered the entirety of Institute City.
What grinds my gears is when people say the game's too easy when they clearly used to build it stomps everything. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like, conversely, if you want the game to be more challenging, just switch your build again. Like, just don't use something that's stomping what you're currently doing. And there are some builds and some weapons that are a little on the overpowered side, compared to other stuff.
The Ibis series.
Like if you use
Arquebus also towering coral siphon, abandoned since the fires.
If you use a lot of the like burst assault rifles that are early in the game, like they're kind of underpowered. They need a buff, frankly.
And extend its reach beyond Rubicon's atmosphere.
Because functionality-wise, they're not bad weapons, but they just don't have the longevity that some other weapons do.
No longer had the power to stop them.
In terms of like they don't do enough damage for their, you know, ammo count to kind of make up for it, and their, or vice versa. Like if they did better damage, their ammo count would be fine. If they wanted to keep the same amount of damage and just made it so that they carried more ammo, they would probably be okay. But they, you know, even in that regard, you're probably better off like trying to see if you can fit like a Gatling gun, because it does basically the same thing but better.
I found a message addressed to you. Decoding and playing back.
But yeah, some builds kind of allow you to just sort of switch your brain off and make the game a lot more easy, outside of maybe a few types of fights that are kind of counters to like those sorts of builds.
The fires of Ibis should have wiped the coral out, but it survived.
Like you're not actually likely to actually just stomp everything in the game with one build. Though you may stomp most things.
It'll spill out from Rubicon and contaminate space itself. The coral must be burned. 621.
Also realized a terrible truth recently. The tank tread / dual Gatling guns, dual songbirds is Aspen Cold's build. I've seen people use similar builds. Again, it's a very turn your brain off kind of build. Because I'm not saying the songbirds don't require any skill to use. Again, depending on what you're fighting, it does require skill, but against a lot of other things, Gatling guns and songbirds are very like just easy mode kind of weapons. Doesn't make the game entirely like a stomp fest, but they're easy to use, easy to understand, they're straightforward, and they don't require a ton of skill to use adequately. And yeah, if you go full on tank mode, you're gonna also be like very survivable in most situations. Though you may not dodge that well. Not that you need to when you have a ton of AP, but like Ryan, you weren't here earlier. I'll show you. I made some extra, once I get done with this mission, I made some extra builds for fun.
I found some coordinates in the AC systems. He's showing us the way out.
I should have checked to see if this mission had any extra logs that we don't currently have.
Pieces of shit they're worried about.
Is that an AC? Where'd it come from?
That piece of scrap's alive. That Institute tech?
You should avoid combat as much as possible, Raven. I'm afraid this AC is
And one of the builds that I made was like just a tank build that I've lovingly named "Let Him Cook," and it has two flamethrowers and 2 songbirds. So it's basically the same kind of build, but with flamethrowers instead of Gatling guns. It's not meant to be like a serious build that I'll use a lot of, but it's nice to have like something that if you want to like replay certain missions or whatever, that you can just kind of like run around and have things be easy for a little bit.
Hey, you! Get back to work!
It's the wrong button.
They're not with us.
ECM! Damn it! I can't lock on!
Raven, now's our chance.
I don't know if I killed the tetrapod in here before. I feel like I didn't. I don't even know how easily you're meant to be able to kill this thing. I mean, you're not supposed to kill it. They want you to ignore the thing. He keeps turning like right as I'm about to do that shit. Yeah, I don't think it's worth killing this guy. There's a log normally right next to him. I just wanted to see how doable it would be potentially to kill him. But even if you do get the stagger off, it just takes too much to do.
Is this the outskirts of Institute City?
This is V6 Pater, calling all security team members. Raven, the independent mercenary undergoing re-education, has escaped. Be alert for anyone hiding in the environs of Institute City. Tighten the net.
Raven, Arquebus is on high alert. Use your scanner to evade combat situations. Searchlights. We'll be in trouble if they spot us.
Enemy contact. AC, old model.
Well, that
Raven, the searchlights.
springboard really just kind of lets them know you're here, huh?
Neutralize the fugitive!
Ow. Let me just make it over to the signal flare, basically, and then we'll see if we can.
Our destination, Raven. Walters, what's this?
Then we'll see what we can do.
It's not a trap.
Just need to survive, basically.
Emergency beacon intercepted. Been a while, tourist. Good to see you're still kicking. Chief's coming to pick you up. Head to the rendezvous point.
He's from RAD. Carla.
Alright, they're gonna chase us over here, but
Walter's mission.
we can deal with them when they get a little closer. Or they can just decide that they don't care about us, I guess.
Enemies detected.
We found Raven! Close the nuke!
Well, that went not where I wanted it to go, but
V2 Snail. If the target resists, you are authorized to use lethal force. Stop Raven by all means necessary. You have your orders.
Right-hand ammunition at 50%.
Too many of them. Wait, I'm picking up something else.
Hey, tourist! Having a little trouble?
Carla.
Walter. He asked me to look after you. Don't mind if I do.
I love that Carla's mech, her AC, is known as full course, and she labeled all of her part names after food.
This up, Raven.
I don't just design weapons, you'll see what I mean.
There's a lot of them, Chief, but they're just MTs. Should have let me handle this. Our AD needs you in one piece.
You're missing the point, Chatty. This is our tourist grand escape. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Looks like we're clear. We better book it before more company shows up.
She's also a quad rocket user. Yeah, she's got the
We retrieved the tourist's AC too.
the scatter missiles or whatever they're called, and then 2 siege missile launchers. I think one of these guns is okay. 2 of them is pretty nice. Although I do feel, like I was saying earlier, I find them a little bit weird to use because it feels very like unresponsive. Like it works, but there's no like impact to when you fire. So sometimes it's hard to tell when you're in the middle of combat if you actually shot or not. Unless you can actually see the missiles coming out, but when you're dealing with a ton of like explosions and electricity and other bullets and stuff flying around, sometimes it's hard to tell.
C4621, entering standard mode. Incoming comms.
Going up against all rocket users in PvP is painful. They just run away when you get close. Yeah. They are a little bit of a counter to the close range builds.
You were made for each other. The fact that you're still alive means that Walter made the right bet. All right. You deserve to know what we've been fighting for. I'll get you introduced with the next mission.
Still chase him down and get him, but it's so annoying. Yeah. Light wave cannon. That's what we unlocked. Oh yeah, that's cool. Energy weapon, but something that maybe we can use with our energy. I do want to make an energy weapon build at some point. Let's see. My attitude recovery is 75. I don't know if that's considered kind of low or kind of okay. But it looks like you can probably go up a fair bit, at least. Although, weirdly, the tetrapods have worse attitude recovery. So I don't quite understand why Michigan was, like, so... What'd you say it was again? Like... If you had a bunch of current load left over, it like affects your attitude recovery. I don't have a huge gap there. Like if I put on, I guess that would make sense for like the tetrapod legs, because like while the attitude recovery is quite a bit lower, if you gain a bunch back from having just a bigger carry load limit, that could make a bigger difference, I suppose. Also increases overall speed and evasion. Gotcha. Yeah. Cool. Alright. But yeah, here I'll show you the other builds that I made. One of which, like this one, I'm still very much workshopping. Beef Wide Man, I don't have quite figured out yet. I called him that just because he's so wide. I don't know where Beef came from exactly. He is very thick. Siege missile launcher, but I went double melee, but I feel like the double melee is maybe not good for this one because he's a little too slow to capitalize on it. And I just have him having a songbird for the moment, but I was like, maybe melees and explosives together would be all right, but he's just a bit too slowish. Like he can still be fine against certain things, but there's a number of enemies that he just can't quite connect with as easily. At least not with the siege missile launcher, maybe with a different gun here. Like he might even fare okay with even just like a shotgun or something. And then there's the Let Him Cook one I was talking about. This one is just very generic tank. It's got the same wide arms, but much more going on this guy. Dual songbirds, dual flamethrowers. He just chews things up, or rather toasts them. His dodging is extremely slow. Like he barely goes anywhere with a dodge, and it takes like 2 seconds to recover and dodge again. It's super long, but he has quite a lot of AP, so he doesn't really need to dodge quite as much. And then lastly, my current favorite is Shocker of the other builds. I spent more time than I should have with the custom decals. But you know, the name seemed appropriate. This guy is all electricity, so I made him lightweight. The decals make it go faster, yeah. He currently has a stun baton. I'm still a little on the fence about the stun baton. I'd have to switch stuff out if I wanted to go with like a second stun needle launcher. But 2 stun guns, like he's good because electricity is like bleed from the other games. And the damage piles up quickly enough. It's not like necessarily as strong in against a lot of things as like the other build that I use, but just to put like here, let's put a tetrapod out. You can already see that like the chunky damage hits that happen just from when the electricity triggers. Plus they get like a little stagger when it happens, which is neat. The main thing is that he has, outside of the stun needle launcher and the baton, he has like no real stagger or impact damage to speak of from his stun guns. The damage is good. Yep. It's basically the bleed build of other FromSoft games.
Light left-hand ammunition at 50%.
The only real difference being that my understanding of electricity in this game is that it's not percentage based. It's like it just does like 1600 damage or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. That's what I heard somewhere. They might not have been 100% accurate about it, but they had done some sort of test, and it seemed like, you know, when it triggers, it's like this did 1600 damage plus a little bit of damage from the impact itself. It just seemed like no matter what they were attacking with it, it just always did that much. But like here, just to give you a better idea of how this works in like real play against like a tougher opponent. I would say as far as lightweight builds go, this guy is not as mobile optimized as he could be.
system.
Because he doesn't get like tons of dodges, and he's kind of like right at the limit of a lot of his stuff. Oops, I didn't mean to dodge into that.
50%.
Normally I can do this fight and actually take quite a bit less damage. I just stupidly dodged into the assault armor attack there, and then he did a follow-up. But yeah, it's kind of good. I might play with this one later on, but for now, you know, we gotta rep the pile bunker build. It's just, you know, it's just that good. Everything's looking good here. Yes, okay. Pile bunker is 2 Chad, yeah. You know what's funny about that is, you know, the pile bunker could be considered like a stake, which I don't remember who made the joke about it. Maybe it was Shadok, about it being like something I would want to stay away from because my character is based off of a vampire. But also, you know, Dracula was lore-wise Vlad the Impaler, and I kept thinking of calling him Chad the Impaler. Just because I thought that was funny. Alright, now we have to take the uninhabited floating city. Right, this is the defense mission. This build is not bad against this. I still want to find a good way to take down the group of suicide drones. I think maybe if I'm ready for that wave, if I go over and like at least shoot a bunch, or like the center of the group with the songbirds, I might be able to take out like a bunch of them. I feel like, I don't know if it would be easy to S rank this with this build.
Story, tourist. After the fires of Ibis burnt the
Hey
planet
Vic,
out,
how's it going? If you go old school, a stake only immobilizes the vamp, gotta burn them and drop the ashes in running water. That's true.
overseer,
There's a lot of conflicting vampire elimination lore and weaknesses and stuff as to, you know, what works on them. Fire, decapitation, running water, garlic, even silver in some iterations, sunlight,
mission. Me, Walter, and our fallen friends.
holy water, religious paraphernalia in general.
R&D was always a front, a side hustle. It's time for me to get back to
Dracula even walked down sunlight. Yeah.
Let's get down to brass tacks.
Same deal with zombies, lots of variations in media.
The
Yeah,
front
that's
city
true.
created by the Institute. It's hiding a secret.
I mean, the basis of zombies comes from, like, voodoo origins, but
We need to get to it and fast.
I always liked the concept that George A. Romero started, basically.
To take control of Xylem. I want you to deal with
There's some
Artemis
other
and
movies from that era that
we're up
basically
to.
kind of did sort of a similar thing, but I don't know if they technically beat George A. Romero to the punch of making, like, undead walking corpses. But there were some other things that did similar things. They just didn't refer to them as, like, zombies. They were kind of like... They were sort of a different idea, and then he took the idea of the living dead, and then, you know, we started referring to those as zombies based on that word. "28 Days Later," World War Z zombies are my favorite. I like 28 Days Later, yes, or even like the Dawn of the Dead remake zombies. The zombies that run are certainly more scary than zombies that just shuffle around. I was never a huge fan of the World War Z concept because, okay, there's a lot of things that the human body is capable of, especially if you were to reduce or otherwise remove its natural inhibitions that prevent the human body from damaging itself. Like, we are capable, especially when adrenaline is pumping, of greater feats of strength than we realize, because our body is usually preventing ourselves from doing those things because we would destroy our body in the process of doing it. Like, we are potentially strong enough to lift cars, do things like that, not comfortably, but we'd rip off our own fucking arms doing it, you know, or at least rip them apart. So the idea that like the zombies in World War Z could perform these more like enhanced feats of strength and like just throwing themselves at people in the way that they do in that does make sense. Where I start to like have issue with it is the concept of them, you know, being compared to like ants, because humans, even with those inhibitions turned off, cannot lift like, you know, what is it, like 50 times our body weight. Our skeletal structure and muscle mass and everything, our mass in general is not strong enough to, you know, pile on top of each other endlessly to climb up like walls and shit. The movie is what I'm talking about. Like the World War Z book is a different story. But yeah, the movie itself, like, it conceptualizes that in kind of a stupid way. And I was like, you know, some of this is cool, but there's some really like interesting but badly executed or badly thought out ideas in this. Like even the way that the virus concept itself is laid out in that film isn't super well thought out. But yeah, just the whole like, yeah, it got rewritten like 4 times. You know, I mean, it's, as far as like a, you know, turn your brain off popcorn movie goes, it's not the worst thing out there by far, but yeah, I think nothing bothers me more about that film than the whole, where is it they're supposed to be again? Like, I forget what city they're in, like Jerusalem, I forget, or just somewhere in like Israel maybe. But yeah, the bit where like they have that giant safe zone that's like fully walled in, and then not only are the people like stupid enough to just like start singing in mass in such a way that draws all the zombies, but then the zombies get over the wall by scaling on top of each other like a bunch of ants, except not coordinated like ants are. Ants operate, the reason they're able to do that is because ants operate as a hive mind. They don't just crawl on top of each other aimlessly like to get after a singular goal. They are after a singular goal potentially, but they do it because they are in constant communication with one another, which enables them to do insanely fucking impressive shit, like turn their own bodies into a bridge or a rope, even, kind of, to like to reach like weird places you wouldn't expect them to be able to reach, like almost like physics defying behavior. Humans could do that with enough corpses. They could pile on top of each other, sure, but that the human body is not capable of withstanding that sort of like weight, pressure, you know, abuse in general, even with all those inhibitions turned off. You know, with a massive horde, I'm not saying they couldn't eventually get over the wall, but scaling it and turning into like a wave of human bodies, that's not how that shit would work. It would not look like that. It bothers me because it's not physically possible in the way that it's shown in the movie, is what I'm saying. Could they eventually pile up enough corpses to kind of like sort of scale over the wall? Yeah, maybe, but turning into like a sea of bodies that, like, I don't know, just piles into people and stuff like that. I don't think so.
Overseer, the Association of Observers.
Those used as a ramp would not be functional afterwards, right? Well, yeah, and they'd get extremely compressed, so it'd be hard to use them as a functional ramp in the first place unless you had like thousands upon thousands of bodies to pile onto. But they'd also have to be very coordinated, which they are not.
Main system activating combat mode.
And when they got on the other side of the wall, they'd just all be falling to their death, not like eventually kind of like making it work somehow, you know what I mean?
Chief, I've cracked some of the defense systems.
Good job, Chatty. That'll buy us some time.
Just need triple the numbers for ramps up and down. Yeah.
Chatty, how much longer till we have control?
Give me 5 minutes, and the corpse will...
I'm picking up an Arquebus MT squad.
Well, guess who showed up early? Looks like you're up already, tourist. Give him the old RAD welcome.
We have to see this through. I'll support you.
Don't let them near the tower, tourist.
access to support weaponry. Use them if you need the help.
And we'll go ahead and activate them, even though we probably don't need them yet. I kind of like having them available for the sniper phase, which may not be for a little bit.
4 minutes left. The system is ours, tourist.
Sniper time?
Escalating to mid-level privileges.
If zombies are smart enough for flesh ladders, they're smart enough to just haul dirt instead anyway.
More minutes.
Yeah.
Hang in there, tourist.
Like, I get what the filmmakers were trying to do with the concept. It just felt really fucking stupid. That's all.
Power shield losing it.
I've got high-level access now. 2 more minutes and it's ours.
Wait, we've got something else.
I want to see if I can make this work from here.
They're suicide drones.
You're playing for keeps. Make sure you don't miss,
I
tourist.
still don't understand. You got to get, like,
The shield set is
quite a bit
The
closer.
shield's offline.
Crap. We're in trouble now.
Alright, well,
Reinforcements.
certainly wouldn't be an S rank at this point, that's for sure.
Looks like they're falling over
That's
each
okay.
other to get your autograph, tourist.
Raven, heavily armed LC.
Whoa, what? You got there fast. What the hell?
You've been working like a dog. Must be Walter's influence. Guys are gross.
Just 1 more minute to go, tourist.
That was a nice little pile on there. Oh, come on.
Give me 30 seconds and we'll have full admin access.
Just a little more, tourist.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Like, with these dudes, it's not usually too... Oh, we didn't even wipe them all out.
Silo control. Escalating to top level.
I could have done that a little bit better, but...
Owner, Cinder Karma.
I just... The only part that's, like, especially rough is getting rid of those suicide drones.
I'll show you what this city really
You just gotta get, like, a
is.
little bit closer, and then you just need, like, some... I feel like even laser rifles would do better or something, or plasma, just for the AoE. But otherwise, you just need like multi-lock missiles, but you got to take them out while they're like sitting there for that 1 second, or else there's like no way to shoot them fast enough.
The whole city's rising.
But yeah, if I had gotten just a little bit closer, I thought that the roof that I was standing on of those foreign things would be good enough, but they just still wasn't quite close enough for me to get a lock. Why did she sound like she's into that? Yeah.
You can thank Walter.
Forget what fort it was. Oh, Masada, but it was on a mesa all by itself, and they collapsed the bridge to try to defend it. The opposing army built a dirt bridge to it, I think, overnight, and it's still there to this day. Yeah. Yeah. Certainly there's ways around stuff.
I give you the colony.
And I think enough zombies could certainly be capable of doing, like,
Walter's party
leaving
gift.
themselves enough piled up corpses to get up and around something. But yeah, just the way that it's portrayed in the film. Because I remember, like, when I was looking into the making of that film, like, even before it came out, the director or one of the writers or somebody behind it, like the main force, was super into, he was just like, oh, I want the virus to work like, you know, it turns them into their base instinct of like an insect, but one that's like all about eating or spreading, and like, you know, it's always interested in just getting its next bite. I remember him saying those words specifically, like that's what its main urge is the whole time. And then he was saying something, he's like, I kept looking at like the behavior of ants, and I wanted it to be like that. Like, he literally said something about that. And I was just like, okay, but human beings aren't ants. Like, I'm not saying you can't change them to kind of sort of behave that way, but our bodies are not capable of the shit that ants' bodies are capable of. If you scaled an ant up to human size, that thing would be incredibly powerful. Like, just in terms of brute strength, and its exoskeleton would be really fucking hard to penetrate. But because they're teeny tiny, like, yeah, they they don't seem like much of a threat. But if you just look at some of the shit that ants are capable of doing, it's literally amazing what ants are capable of doing. But humans aren't capable of a lot of that shit. Even if you turn their brains into, you know, singularly focused, hyper-aggressive machines, you know. The Romans were the ones that built the ramp. We must be good at engineering, go figure.
Can't just walk up to the plant and light a match. No. We're going to need
In the film, they do like standing on their shoulders or something, right? The zombies, they don't so much like stand on their shoulders, I don't think. It's more just that their corpses just kind of pile up to the point where they're able to, like, you know, eventually ramp themselves up there with enough of like a surging wave of zombies. Didn't the Romans also use lead pipes for their water systems? Well, that would be one of the main reasons what led to the fall of Rome. Not that there weren't other reasons, but the point is that they would have kind of died out anyways because of their lead irrigation system and you know, all their aqueduct stuff, because it was really advanced engineering for their era. Like, it was certainly very cool. But they didn't know that lead was slowly poisoning them. So, because back then they had no fucking clue that that's something that lead could do. So I'm sure that in the time it was like, oh, we found the perfect system. And to their credit, if it weren't for the metal that they were using being toxic, they would have, but
No new messages.
makes sense why Hunter x Hunter decided to go for ants as their main antagonist. Yeah. It's another anime that I actually like a fair bit. I've never read like the manga or anything, and I'm assuming maybe at some point they'll make more of the anime, since I know the manga like continues after where the anime stopped. But as far as those types of like action-y shonen anime, I at least thought that one was like interesting, and it didn't feel like overly bloated most of the time. So even if I watched stuff that was technically filler, it didn't feel like filler. compared to something like One Piece. Like, I think One Piece is a really good anime, especially for its characters and world building. It's very goofy and silly a lot of the time, but man, is it hard sometimes to really like just go through One Piece. Because I've made it up to like, I don't know, episode 400 or something like that, just over time, and that's including the filler episodes. But some of those are just they're boring, honestly. And it's not just that like the context of what's in them is boring. I just mean like, you know how it's gonna play out, and then they do it in like 50 fucking episodes. You know, like, oh, they're gonna introduce a bunch of characters, they're gonna have cool powers, they're gonna have adversity, people are gonna get their asses kicked and stuff, and it's gonna be really hard fought, but ultimately they're gonna be victorious. And not a lot new is gonna happen, except that maybe, ooh, now Luffy has gears. Okay, cool, sick. I'm glad we introduced that. You know, but I don't know. I feel like One Piece is really interesting, but like sometimes it takes a while to get to the really interesting stuff. If you're not just like skipping over the filler. But also, hey Karate and hey Alexandria, how's it going? What chapter are we in? Well, keep in mind I am in New Game Plus. I think you knew that already, but I am in chapter 5. We are about to make our decision of whether or not we're helping Carla or betraying Carla. We are going to help Carla this time because I chose to side with Ayer the first time. I should probably dip then. Hey, no worries. I totally get it. I totally understand. Alexandria, I hope you're doing well. I know things have been a little rough for you lately and just been thinking about you. But yeah, I hope you're doing okay. I also chose to help Carla the first time. Yeah, I went the other way. I wanted to help Carla and, you know, do the like observers stuff, but the first time I was like, because I had chosen all the Ayer missions the first time, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna stick with the Ayer stuff. Even though it's really hard for me to choose to betray Carla. I don't regret doing what I did, but it was certainly a little painful in that moment. There are silver linings to choosing this route, though. I do think that it's nice to do certain things. I won't spoil what those things are if you haven't seen it yet. As far as people calling the ending kind of mid, I mean, sure, but at the same time, like... Oh, you meant Ayer. Okay. Gotcha. So you did the same as me and Charlie then, because Charlie went the same route I did. I keep hearing Carla as Karlak. Now, see, if it had been Karlak in the game, you can bet I would have chosen her every time. By the way, for any of y'all who weren't there when I played Baldur's Gate 3 a couple days ago, you may want to check the VOD if you're interested in seeing the culmination of the Karlak romance, because that did, in fact, happen. Not saying that the romance is necessarily done, but we got to the point where we could fix her engine up to enough to be able to do things. So yeah, that happened. Just FYI. But yeah, I still have so much stuff to do in Baldur's Gate 3. But the reason I'm playing this today is because I want to get through New Game Plus, and I want to finish New Game Plus as well. So I'll definitely be playing probably more of this than Baldur's Gate 3 over the next several days until this is done, because pretty soon we're going to have Lies of P to play. And then next month there will be Alan Wake 2. I have my trip next month. And there might be another game, I forget, but either way, I don't want to be juggling like more than 2 games. I'm not even really a big fan of juggling games, period, but there's just so many new games coming out right now. And I enjoyed Lies of P in terms of the demo available, so I think I will probably play Lies of P at launch. Oh, the Lords of the Fallen was the other one. I want to... That might be coming out in September. Or I don't remember which, if it's late September or October. But I want to check out the new The Lords of the Fallen. I played the original Lords of the Fallen. It was an okay game. It wasn't anything to write home about, for sure. As far as people calling it, like, because at the time Souls-like was not a genre yet, or a subgenre, So it was one of the earliest like games that people like were saying a lot of like, oh, they're copying Souls, they're making it a Souls-esque game, a Souls-like even. And they weren't wrong to say that. There are some similar elements, but Lords of the Fallen is still pretty fucking different. The thing that I didn't care for so much about Lords of the Fallen is that, like, you play as one guy. I felt that that guy was kind of uninteresting. I wasn't super interested in the story in general. And there was a lot of things about that game that were just kind of janky. Not always in a bad way. I played as the warrior class, and once I unlocked the ability to charge and shield bash, I used to just, anytime I ran into a tough enemy, I would just charge, shield bash, back up, charge, shield bash, back up, charge, shield bash, because it not only did it do good damage, but it would like instantly stun them, and I could just keep looping that attack over and over again. And it felt really weird because it felt like a weird like like a defensive, not really attack maneuver, but you would just meant to stun things, but because it did good damage, you could just use it as an attack. To just bypass like annoying to fight enemies. It was busted. There were probably busted things for the other classes too, but I remember trying to play the other ones. I got like halfway through the game with like the more rogue-esque archetype and just found that I didn't really like it that much. But yeah, I remember thinking that the like cleric or whatever it was build was okay, but nothing felt as broken as that stupid shield bash. Better finish flying to Sag A before Elias hits on more, or my stream schedule will be even further fucked. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, Alexandria. All right. Was there anything else I wanted to do? I guess not. We will fuck around with our other builds later. I guess before I start this, or well, here, I'm gonna let the briefing play. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while it plays, though. I will see you guys in just a sec.
Here's the situation, tourist. Arquebus has sent its entire force after the Xylem. We're trying to fend them off, but honestly, we've got our backs to the wall right now. That's where you come in. Leave the grunts to Chatty and the others. I've found someone just right for you. V1 Freud, the ace leading the corporate force. Walter left me one last card to play. You. Once you're in, there's no turning back. Can I count on you?
All right, just in time. Sorry, I was trying to get the puppy dog back on his little bed. My favorite AC6 build thus far is light tank, cause enemies just can't hit you. This too speedy fast. You mean the like the smaller tank treads, like the small wheels? Because yeah, that one is very zoomy. The first time I tried that, like, was one of the first times I ever did a mission replay. Like, I did it off stream, and I was just like, I want to see how easy Balteus becomes if you use like pulse guns and shit. And hell, I'll give myself a tanky build just for the hell of it, because I remember struggling with Balteus a little bit. But then when I went back and did that shit, not only did I first try him like very easily, but I was surprised at how zoomy those like smaller tank treads are. Oh, sorry. My leg just... I thought something was like brushing up against my leg just then, and there was nothing. I don't know, like, I think it just had like a weird muscle spasm. Strange. It's fine. We good. What did Roth say? I want to get into the One Piece anime because I enjoyed the live action, but it's definitely a handful. Yeah, Roth, if you're still here, One Piece is a lot. I think the anime is likely going to be like potentially even more enjoyable experience as long as you like anime, which it sounds like you do, or at least that kind of anime. But just know that there is a lot of fluff and a lot of filler. But there's a site, I think Ari was telling me about it, there's a site called like One Pace, I think it's called, it might be more specific to the manga, I'm not sure, but I think it's for the anime, that tells you how to watch the series by, you know, if you want to skip over the filler shit and even just like some of the extra fluff episodes that aren't technically filler. So it kind of keeps you on pace with the manga if you want to ignore a lot of the like bullshit. I would consider Hunter x Hunter or Yu Yu Hakusho as much shorter alternatives. Both good. I've seen Hunter x Hunter twice the whole way through, and I've watched Yu Yu Hakusho like at least 3 times. Yu Yu Hakusho feels like a little dated in its own way, but it's so good. Again, if you're into like the typical like action shonen type stuff, Yu Yu Hakusho is a classic. And it feels kind of like a good alternative to watching something like Dragon Ball Z if you just don't feel like watching fights drag on for 50 episodes. They still drag on between a few episodes, don't get me wrong, like some big encounters. But like my main issue when I was watching, and One Piece does it as well, but like my main issue when I was trying to watch like Dragon Ball Z back in the day is just like sometimes encounters, they just, you know, they'll be fighting one enemy for like 50 fucking episodes. Granted, they'll go through all kinds of development during those episodes, but like it's all the big sagas like Cell, Majin Buu, you know, whatever, Frieza. I haven't watched anything after really the Majin Buu arc, but you know, it's just like, well, we have all of our people who are watching or who are fighting this one big bad, and they're just going to basically keep fighting him for the next 50 episodes. And stuff happens during all of that. Like, you know, they go through iterations, people get worn out, and then somebody else takes over the fight. And Majin Buu goes through like 15 different forms, same with Cell. And I'm like, it's cool, but good God, is it fucking long. It's so much. Jujutsu Kaisen, I enjoyed the first season of. I haven't watched the new Jujutsu Kaisen stuff yet, but I intend to at some point. One Piece does have good world building, yes. It does drag very much. Saving one pace now to get through faster because I'm on 244 on my first watch through, and holy shit, get to the point. Yeah, I think once I got to, this could be a little spoilery for you, so I'll just say the name of the arc. I don't want to say anything about it, but there's the Skypiea arc. It's in the 300s, I want to say. That shit, it started off pretty good, and I got bored really fast because it just was taking so long to get anywhere, and I was just like, I know how this is going to play out. Like, you don't have to just take this long to get to the point. There were good parts of it, but like, man, it really does drag in some places. So yeah, I prefer a shorter anime. It's nice, don't get me wrong. Like, I understand why One Piece is so long, especially when like for people making anime, when they want to have something that people will want to watch like season after season of when they're watching it when it's new, because it gives you something to stick with for a long time. It's the old familiar, you know. But sometimes, man, you're just like, bro, if you're trying to binge a show, like, it just takes too long. Wouldn't it be funny if they didn't find the One Piece and instead said the real adventure was the friends we made along the way? I wouldn't be surprised if they did that, to be honest. Like, they find out later that the One Piece isn't even a fucking thing. There was no One Piece. You know, One Piece of kiss my ass, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. But like, that shit's still ongoing, so I have no idea when that'll ever even end. It's like watching Peter Jackson's King Kong, just get to the fucking monkey. Yeah, exactly. I know One Piece is based on IRL myth, so that's fun. That part I don't really know much about, but that doesn't surprise me. I know that a lot of the pirates that they use for like major characters in the show are based off real world people. Like, obviously Blackbeard is a character in One Piece. Although they changed his name a little bit, I think. like his real name, I mean, slightly. It's similar. But obviously he's nothing like the historical Blackbeard. He's just a different character. All right, anywho, let's go. It's actually what got me watching, correlation between Luffy and Sun Wukong. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I honestly never thought I would watch One Piece, but eventually I hit a point where I was like, okay, yeah, sorry, Ayer, we're got a side event against you this time because I sided with you the first time. I'm not happy about it. I wish I could somehow please, you know, could side with you and Carla and the observers at the same time, but I'm afraid it's not a possibility.
All right, let's roll. We've still got time until V1 deploys. Deal with the corpse heavy hitters first. We need you to have a chance at winning this. No pressure, tourist.
Rubicon got a little bit screwy there. I don't know if there's logs to find in this mission. I think I might not worry about it too much, though.
So that's where the horses
I've got fires to put out on the ground. My machine is breaking up!
Target destroyed. Keep it up, tourist.
We're taking a pounding, Chief. Looks like they boosted some of the PCA's best hardware.
Hear that, tourist? Let Chatty handle the starboard wing for now. You need to
That was overkill for them. I didn't realize they were the small boys until I got close enough to fire and I had already pressed the button. Oh, you cheeky little bitch. Alright, you are being a real pain in the ass right now for no reason. Just be dead. I remember when they had an actual anime about Sun Wukong, even ends with him under the mountain. Oh, interesting. Nuanced communication to find mutually satisfactory solutions. What are you, some kind of socialist? Oh no. Oh goodness me. Whoop. Oh, you were the weak one. Okay. I was gonna hit him with the pile bunker, but it was completely unnecessary. Right, I'm not seeing any logs or chests. It doesn't mean that there isn't one hidden in this level, but there doesn't seem to be in the other version, so I don't know if there would be in this one either, but who knows? Although I kind of expect there to be a log somewhere.
Visuals on the independent mercenary, sir. Understood. Eliminated!
Now we've got an HC. Guess Artemis likes to sing too.
Ow, ow, that was some bullshit.
Mercenary.
Looks like we've secured the area. Resupply while you can.
Would you like to know? I mean, you can tell me if there is one. I don't need you to tell me where it is. If I find it, I find it. If I don't, I'll come back and do it later. I'm not really too worried, to be honest.
Enemy reinforcements, Chief. Too many to handle.
Where do they even find all these people? Go give Chatty a helping hand, tourist.
If there is one, I guess what I'll say is, like, you can tell me if I've gone past it or not already,
Coming in hot.
because then I won't bother looking for it.
V1.
V1. Freud's making his move. Hurry it up, tourist.
There are a lot. You've already gone past it. All right, cool. No worries then. I'll just get it on a replay.
Kept me waiting, tourist.
You made it. Chatty, good job holding out.
Did what I could. Now we can fight back.
All right, so we're gonna have to deal with Rusty.
Reading multiple LCs. And a pulse protection drone.
I'll move up front and draw their fire.
Did that miss you? That was so weird.
Chief, V1 is close.
Oh yeah? No rest for the wicked.
Seems they weren't so trivial after all. Never mind. That's what we have V1 for.
Of course, you don't really have V1. V1's not technically on your side. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of V4. V4 is Rusty. V1 is Troy. My bad.
Chatty! Chatty, he's...
AI controlled AC, always the same.
Do it, tourist.
I haven't seen moves like that before. Interesting. This is no time
It's the last time you're gonna fucking see him too, bitch.
Our objective is to seize this island. You can ignore the mutt. Yes, Snail. You're right. Now then, let's continue. I'm glad I chose your company over Snail's. You fight like a hound on the hunt. At this altitude,
Damn.
I'd expected a scavenger bird.
Sorry to eliminate you, tourist. Watch those laser drones. Takes serious skill to use them the way he does.
What a glorious view. What I wouldn't give to fight like this. Forever.
Show him that
Not now.
Forever granted.
I want
Oh shit, god damn it, I did it again.
V1.
I wasted a heal.
Down.
Hopefully I don't need it. Before I get a resupply or something.
I was right to bet on you, tourist. Me, Walter, Chatty. We were all counting on you.
I guess we're just done. Okay. Sometimes I want to scan and I press up for some reason. I don't know why, but why my brain reverses those in my head. Change my magazine farming route for now so I can complete kill X number of enemies Y with AC weapon challenges at the same time. Nice. Efficiency is good.
Just went to say goodbye to Chatty. He was an AI I developed. Could have moved him into a new body, but... well, I never could bring myself to back him up. Be like taking the life out of him. You seem like you've lost someone too. Hope I'm just imagining things.
Guess maybe she means air. V1 is one of the few characters who actually respects you as an adversary. Yeah. Freud and Michigan are pretty good about that stuff. Michigan is a tough son of a bitch to fight in the mission. You gotta fight him, but at least with this build. But he seems to respect your abilities instead of Unlike Snail and some other people who just shit on you the whole time. At their own peril. I mean, Rusty certainly seems to. Alright, I wanted to buy some more stuff since we have money. Let's buy up the rest of these chests if we can. As many as we can afford. So now we just have weapons left outside of anything else that might just pop up. That's good enough for now. Breach the Carmon line. Destroy the Arquebus Interceptor fleet. Alright. Or I'd literally mute Snail after being told to ignore the mutt. Yeah.
The Xylem's just inside the Carmen line, skimming the border of outer space. Meanwhile, Arquebus still hasn't taken full control over Rubicon's closure system. They're locked out of the satellite cannons, making this their last line of defense. We'll be fighting their interceptor fleet in the air. But we're not totally screwed. This area of space is thick with residual coral from the fires of Ibis. Take a dip in the coral flow, and you could draw on an unlimited source of energy. That's all, a tourist. Break through the fleet, and the vascular plan is ours.
Alright. Sledgehammer time for me. Sick. Alright, let's go.
Time to do or die.
I am glad that I've been able to make this build pretty much work throughout the entire game. Like I said, little pieces have changed here and there, but it's functionally been the same build the whole way. The biggest change was really switching to the pile bunker, but I literally took the pile bunker as soon as it became available. I knew I wanted it, because I always knew that it was in the game. I mean, they literally advertised it in the trailer, so...
Let the games begin. Hope you don't mind a little friendly competition. Whoops. Looks like I got the first point.
Well, I mean, you started early.
Locking approach to the vascular plant. Main fleet, hold the defensive line.
Bagged one yourself, huh? We're 1-1.
We've got eyes on the independent mercenary. Prioritize fire on Raven.
Yikes, tourist. Looks like they want you dead first. Tough break. It's not easy being popular. 2 down. Not bad, tourist. Looks like all your fans are dying to see you, tourist. Blast your way through.
Oh.
We're cleaning up.
Right, so I guess we have, like, infinite...
The Vanguard. Main fleet, maintain formation.
We have, like, infinite energy while we're riding this, like, coral stream here.
That's the third interceptor to go down. Number 4 goes to the tourist.
Main fleet 2, you must hold the line.
They're spread out wide. I'll start taking them out from the right. You take the left.
What happened there?
Fleet 2 is taking casualties. Hold the line.
Oh, come on.
Back to them. That makes 5. They brought out the big guns. Don't get hit.
It's kind of hard to not get hit when you get sideswiped by this shit.
Nice one, tourist. That's number 6.
The second fleet's down. How are they doing this? Attention main fleet 3. Focus your keel railguns on that AC. This nonsense has gone too far.
Oh, we're serious. Right, tourist? Thing is, the serious ones die first, so we should at least pretend to be having fun. Eight interceptors down. I scored 2 more. We're not done yet.
Whoa, game.
9.
Excuse me, I blew that up, not you. She likes to pretend. Hang on. Sorry, my eyes decided to unfocus for like 1 second as soon as I wanted to like look at chat. Okay.
Good job. That's this sector dealt with. Wait, what's that? We're under attack? Tourist! Unidentified AC on the Xylem. Head back, pronto!
I'm just gonna say Twitch seems to be currently having a network issue. Try to open the stream, a new tab gives you an error. Yeah, not sure what's happening.
Here we are.
Sorry.
That was
I
right
need to
all
tell you
along.
that the stream is working okay on our end, on my end at least,
You were
and
just another threat to Rubicon.
hopefully it works itself out for you. But hello, by the way.
It's that vessel.
Alright, Rusty.
That's no Archivist AC.
Even with the combined might of the corporations, I couldn't stop you. But this new AC can.
Well, that explains it. I don't know why, but it looks like he was using the corpse too.
They've always been after Rubicon, taking what they can get. Someone has to put an end to this injustice.
I don't know why. He took like less damage there, unless he healed at the same time, maybe?
Just make sure you win this.
I won't stop.
Well, that prevented his heal if he had one there.
Rubicon.
Never mind. He got it back.
Only I can fly high enough.
Bye-bye, buddy.
You flew just out of reach. Buddy.
Hope you have fun playing AC. It's sick as hell. It sure is.
Buddy,
And thank you.
do him a favor, tourist. Remember him. Satellite cannons? This isn't right. There's no way the corpse took the closure system.
Alright, that went pretty good. I don't expect there was any logs in that mission unless they were like very early in. I can check later. Alba. The whole Alba set.
Augmented human C4621, entering standard mode.
Let's take a look at that. Is this what Rusty was just using in his most recent mech? That's a cool looking head, actually. I even feel like that for the dog form, I feel like this actually kind of fit the Alucard idea a little bit better than what I have. I mean, obviously his symbol is like the wolf, his emblem, so it is kind of like from the front you can tell it's meant to be sort of wolf-like. Little tiny little ears up there. Yeah, no, that's kind of cool. It's a little bit of a downgrade, unfortunately, from what I'm currently using, so I don't know if I would switch to this now, but maybe. I've been looking for something to replace my headpiece for a while. I don't think I don't necessarily want the rest of his set, though. Tiny pupper face. Yeah, I like the head. The rest I'm not so into, but we would lose some defensive stats basically if we went with this. Slightly better system recovery and weight gain or weight reduction. EN load is quite a bit higher, but I don't know. I'll consider it later. For now, we'll stick with our regular one. Works now. Sorry for the slight care. No scare. No worries. All good. Alright, let me look at the replay mission thingy here. No logs on that one. Missing the logs on the previous one. I still need to get at least a log somewhere in the Coral Convergence one, so despite getting another log there, I'm still missing one, probably, somewhere. One or two. That's alright. I'll do that one off stream, because I'll have to fight the boss again to get it completed. Alright. Concludes chapter, technically concludes game, or, well, playthrough. 1 second here, because I heard my door, I think, just a second ago, so I want to make sure that he might bark a little bit. Hang on 1 sec. Alright. I think we're okay. Okay, let's shut down the closure satellites. Get quite a bit of money for this.
Raven. I was the one who fired.
Yeah, F for Rusty.
I know that you've made your choice. Then I must do my duty. As a Rubiconian.
Alright, let's go fight Air.
Come to me, Raven.
Might have been a regional thing, as I saw other people having the same problem. Yeah, it could be. Some Twitch servers might have just gone down or something. Killed Space Boyfriend, time to kill Space Girlfriend. Yeah. I know she's not everyone's Space Girlfriend. Some people prefer Carla. I don't specifically prefer one or the other, but I chose
Autopilot's out.
Ayer's
We're
missions
off
the
to
first
the
time around,
old-fashioned
so
way. I'll leave the satellites to you, tourist.
Walter was my homie, bro. Yeah. Poor Walter, too.
You know, for a tourist, you've got a sense of humor. Good luck out there.
He's the only one that truly cared.
Raven. I know you can still see it. The voices of the
He seemed
coral.
happy we found a friend. Yeah. It didn't feel like as much of a betrayal of Walter's interests. I mean, it was in the sense that he was trying to follow the Observer's goals, but
Potential. You want to silence us forever.
he did also kind of want you to find your freedom. So I guess for him, he was like, well, there's a silver lining to be found here.
Raven. I will stop you. You will never burn Rubicon.
Main system
All right.
activating combat mode.
See how bad I'll get my booty kicked here.
And the siren.
I say, is he just gonna like RP walk to me or what? Oh, the coral weapons.
Symbiosis of a shared life.
That makes a lot of sense.
I saw the potential for our future within you. You and I could have walked together.
Ah.
AP at 50%.
Oh, she's way farther away than I thought she was.
Two repair kits remaining.
What? Okay. Why is that so hard to dodge suddenly?
I realize what you are. The spark of war. Fires that
Ow.
haunt Rubicon.
Rough.
Left-hand ammunition at 50%. Right-hand ammunition at 50%. AP at
My brothers and sisters. Humanity wants to burn it all. Everything on Rubicon. I won't let you. Your fire must die.
No. Okay.
30%.
I thought it wasn't gonna let me heal.
I'll end this, Raven.
Oh, my dodge got robbed because it dodged into her for some reason. Hey. The ducats are insane. Yeah, I really like the ducats. The ducats pile bunker build that I've been using like the whole time. Well, I didn't have the ducats the whole time, obviously. I went with the Coquelette, however you pronounce that, the other pistols for as soon as they were unlocked, and then Pile Bunker as soon as that was unlocked. I like the Songbirds as like a backup impact missile situation. Like, I'm not overly attached to them, but I haven't really found something that I prefer. Most of the other missiles are like, they're good, but they're not quite what I'm looking for, and a lot of them require like better missile lock than I have, so I like the direct straight line Songbird because it does the job all right when I need to either wipe out a group of enemies with explosions or just pile on some extra impact damage or just a big hit. HC and I use the same build, except I use short pistols and the direct fire 6-pod rocket mount on the right shoulder. Yep, definitely love the style. Yeah, the Ducats have 7 less shots per, so it's like 1 magazine, which is negligible, not a big deal. Although their ammo concerns obviously are something you have to keep in mind.
There were no winners.
Hang on,
at the
let me not talk over this.
War. When the storm of fire finally faded, only the ashes of civilization remained. Ruined and haunted, the corporations made a joint announcement with the Planetary Closure Administration. Rubicon was to be abandoned, left a dead planet forever. Meanwhile, the monster who burned the stars vanished into the flames, never to be heard from again. Yet history would forever remember.
Thanks for the
The
GGs.
fires of Raven.
See, I get why people consider this the bad ending. I don't think it's specifically as bad as a lot of people think it is, just because you're like referred to as like a monster and it seems very definitive. Like, keep in mind, because you've eliminated a big source of coral for, you know, the world, quote unquote, they're obviously going to be pissed off at you. They're going to get like one of the worst PR smears ever over something like that, especially since there's a bunch of corporations who are interested in retrieving that coral and controlling it. Doesn't necessarily mean you did the wrong thing and got the bad ending. There's more going on in this ending than there is in the other ending, but I also don't agree with people saying like that the other ending that for Air is like mid, because I mean, like, if you compare that to like other FromSoft game endings, like most endings in FromSoft games are super minimal. Like, they don't give you this long-winded you know, exposition dump. They just go like good hunter, and then credits, you know. Like, or, oh, I lit the fire and I'm on fire now. Oh, credits, you know. Like, there's not usually a ton that happens. Like, yeah, sometimes there's more, and obviously the initial ending in this one is more definitive of what happened, but the Air ending is just more open-ended, like a lot of other FromSoft endings. So I don't know why people are like shitting on it. I'm not saying everyone is or anything like that. I've just personally seen a lot of people say that like the second ending, you know, the, call it the B ending, if you choose to side with Air, that ending is like mediocre or lame somehow. And I'm like, how so? Like, what do you expect? Frenzy ending in ER, the wildest barbecue ever. Yeah. Like, I think partly that's what people are like comparing stuff to, because like certainly Elden Ring had like these slightly more fleshed out endings because there's narration in every single one of them and there's stuff happening. So I get why people are like, when they see the endings in this and they specifically see like the Air ending, they're going to be like, oh, why so little? You know, why so just, you know, open-ended instead of giving us like more narration, more outcomes. It's like, what does there need to be? Frenzied Flame ending actually seems like it could serve as a continuation for the series. Yeah. Well, and so does the Air ending in this. Because if you think about it, like, I mean, I don't know if Rubicon is like the only source of coral anymore. There's probably other sources. So it's not like if you chose this ending that it would be the wrong, the ending that doesn't have things continue. By the way, this song is fucking dope, and I hate talking over it. This is the one that you get while you're fighting the boss of the other ending. The soundtrack, by the way, for this game is maybe, it's working up to maybe be my favorite FromSoft soundtrack. I know it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. Some people really like the fantasy orchestral stuff. But the OST in this game is fucking sick. It's something I could genuinely listen to when I'm not playing the game. And there are songs in other FromSoft games where that's true, but not usually whole soundtracks. Like the Elden Ring soundtrack is really good, but there's a handful of songs that I really like, and then a lot of the other ones I'm just kind of like, you know, it's good. It's not certainly not bad, but I don't really care that much about it. Just like every other FromSoft game. This, on the other hand, almost every fucking song in this game is something I'm just like, oh man, that's sick. I get into that. Yeah, hell yeah. I love synthwave that is composed in a cinematic style. Yeah, exactly. Super good. I think my favorite OST from this game might be Carla's theme. Yeah, she has like kind of like a funky jazz, you know, synth theme that's really like, it feels a little offbeat compared to the other ones. And I don't mean like the song itself is offbeat. I just mean like it feels different from a lot of the other songs. It just stands out because of that, and it's also really good. Super good, man. This game was like a surprise hit for me. What I was expecting, like I wasn't expecting that I would dislike this game, but I was unsure because I had not played a lot of Armored Core in the past, and my experiences previously with Armored Core was like, it's made by FromSoft. FromSoft is cool, but that was an old series. I don't know how they're going to make it more modernized. I expect it'll be good, but I don't know how good it'll be. Like, will it be good to the point where I like it as much as a lot of their other games, or will it just be kind of like Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3, you know, just okay? This game turned out to be fucking phenomenally good, in my opinion. Are there some missions that are especially struggle street with the build that I like? Yes, but I could also switch up my build to something that's not so struggle heavy and be just fine. And that's one of the things about the game that I also really like. You know, I realize that a lot of mech games or even like racing games do shit like that. Cough cough escort mission. Yeah. Even like the helicopter escort mission isn't that bad. I had to do it twice because I wasn't ready for the ambush at the end. The New Game Plus helicopter mission, I mean. But when you do it a second time, as long as you know where everything is, you can just go right to it. Aside from the final ambush, you can just go right to all of them and just preemptively destroy them so that they just can't really do anything to the helicopter. One extra for the log hunt. Yeah, that makes sense. But some of the defend target missions in general can be a little bit wonky if your build isn't like really good to support that. But again, it's like anything else. Like, you can stubbornly, like me, try to persist until you get it, or you can switch up your build to make it easier on yourself if you feel like not being so stubborn. Because it's not like it's smart to be stubborn, or even that you should brag about getting through it with the same build. It's because the thing of it is, like, you could have like done a level that seemed really easy to you, and it may have been easy to you because of the build you were using, and then you might end up in another level that seems really hard, but it's boils down to the build you're using. So it's one thing that I like, that unless you're going with like the tankiest tank build, like with the most overpowered weapons that you can possibly have, like that's one of the only ways to kind of make the entire game feel a little bit easy. But even if you hit that point, like I wouldn't say that you can't be like proud that you beat the game. You absolutely can. You're playing with the stuff that's in the game. I just wouldn't brag about it in the sense that you're just like, oh, well, how come you struggled with this or that? You know, when I got through all this real easy. It's like, yeah, well, you used like one of the most overpowered builds in the game that stomps through almost every level. You know, but again, that doesn't mean that you're not playing the game, that you're not having a good time, that you shouldn't be happy about the fact that you beat the game if you use that kind of stuff. It's just not my personal style to use like a super overpowered build. I would say my build's actually very strong by comparison, but it's a bit risk reward, because in order for me to do high damage, I have to get in close and often take some damage unless I'm good on top of my dodges. You know, ducats are underrated for real. Yeah, I mean, Ryan will back me up. The handguns in general are slept on like crazy. Even the pile bunkers kind of slept on. Are you going to be doing New Game Plus Plus? Yeah, definitely. In fact, I'm going to start it right now. I'm not going to complete it today, that's for sure. But I'd like to do maybe a mission or two before we call it a day.
621. Looks like you got the job done. You chose to carry our burden and right the wrongs of the past. I'm sorry. And I'm grateful.
Interesting to see that Walter does survive in this ending.
There's nothing left to bind you.
Or at least some version of him survives, even if he's now like you and bound to
I just hope you find your true
mostly just
potential.
pilot ACs. But he seems to not be under their control if he's talking to you like this. Fires of Raven. Okay. So let me catch up on chat. Honestly, the best part of it, though, wish the escort missions were like that. Gotcha. Yeah. I see a lot of people saying they cheesed Balteus with Pulse Rifle, but, like, that's why they allow you to change stuff after death. That's not cheesing. Yeah, exactly. It's just part of the game. For me, like, so I had basically this kind of build, but the reason why Balteus is such of, like, a hard wall for so many players, even kind of a filter, like, a lot of people unfortunately quit the game when they hit Balteus. He's tough, legitimately. If you're using a really tanky build and you got like energy weapons the first time you run into Balteus, he might not seem that bad. But if you were like me and you had like the dual handguns, the other ones, the Coquillettes, and I did not have a melee weapon. I think I had 2 missile launchers. And you know, you don't have OS tuning really much at that point, so it's tough because you're not very strong when you first get to him. So a lot of people really get stuck. For me, I didn't want to switch up my build, so I was like, I'm going to keep trying. And eventually I got him down. He took me a lot of tries, but I was still only on him for like 40 minutes. So it didn't, in the long grand scheme of things, it didn't really take me that long to beat him. And then not long after that, not only did I start getting, you know, more OS tuning stuff and all that, but I got the pile bunker. And then so when I hit the sea spider, as you're talking about there, I actually fucking demolished the sea spider in like a few tries. Like I reset a few times, so it was more than like a couple of tries. Because I was like, oh, I'm not satisfied with that. Let me reset. Oh, I don't like that hit. Let me reset. Sometimes I'm not about like doing it perfectly, but sometimes I'll take like a big hit and I'm just like, I know this guy's gonna have multiple phases, so let me just make sure I have more heals. But once I got like into the flow of the fight, he seemed incredibly easy. But the pile bunker made a huge difference. And a lot of the reason why it was even tough slightly when I fought the sea spider the first time is because I didn't have very good aerial boost, upward thrust with my boosters and or even a lot of energy. My generator that I was using at the time was kind of shitty. So the reason why I struggled with the sea spider is that I just had a hard time staying in the air with him. So once I got to that later phase, it just became really hard for me to hurt him, really, because I was like, I need to get close to you, but I just can't. Or at least I can't stay there for long enough to do anything meaningful. But I still got him down, and then when I went back on New Game Plus, it was incredibly easy. Balteus was too. In fact, almost all of the bosses I did in like one try, I think. Maybe literally all of them. Air wasn't even a repeat. I just that fight just went well. I mean, I've seen that boss before. I haven't really watched a lot of people fight the boss, so I didn't know what all she could do. But the first time I watched somebody get to this ending, they had like a very kind of OP build, I guess you could say, like dual Gatling guns, dual missile. It might have been songbirds. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they were songbirds, but it might have been dual stun needles. Actually, I don't remember what they had. It might have been also a missile launcher and a stun needle, but either way, when they got to air, they kind of just like staggered the shit out of her, and she couldn't really do much. So it didn't really seem like much of a fight. It was definitely more of a fight for my build, but the pile bunker certainly did good damage, at least. Honestly, I think certain builds are better than dual Gatlings. Oh, 100%. It also, again, depends on what boss or mission you're doing or whatever, certainly in PvP as well. But dual Gats are just something that are really kind of easy to use is all. Oh, it was a pre-recorded message. Gotcha. Balteus was difficult because you got the pile bunker after chapter 1. Yeah, exactly. As soon as you get the pile bunker, Balteus and the other version are way, way easier with the pile bunker as long as you can get those hits, you know. Those yummy charged hits. Sea Spider felt like a really balanced boss. I really like the Sea Spider. It's kind of easy with the build that I use, but it's fun to fight. And yeah, as far as their gimmick fights go too, I think Iceworm is one of their best designed ones. Because the Stun Needle Launcher is kind of like the Storm Ruler of this game. Or the Great Serpent Hunter Spear of this game, whatever gimmick weapon you want to use from any of the other FromSoft games. In other words, it's the weapon that you're supposed to use to beat the boss, and in this game's case, I think you actually do have to have it in order to beat the boss. Because in the other games, you don't technically need like the Storm Ruler, or like to beat the Storm King, or even Yorm in Dark Souls 3. You don't technically need the Serpent Hunter Spear to beat Rykard in Elden Ring. They just make it much easier to do. Michigan chews you out for not bringing it, but you can break the shield menu. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I thought that might be the case, but I was just like, I don't know if you have to have it or not. Because usually they give you the means to not have to bring the gimmick weapon, but usually I wasn't sure if this one might be mandatory or not. Because they really go out of their way to tell you that you should bring it along. But yeah, I also like that it stays active as like a viable weapon beyond just the one boss fight. That makes it feel like a lot more than just a gimmick weapon, even though that's what it starts out as. But yeah, I did hear about the fact that they chew you out if you don't bring the stun needle launcher. I just thought that like you get chewed out and then you basically have to restart the fight. I just like the ice worm until I found a reliable way to do it fast. Oh, cool. Yeah, I wouldn't mind maybe doing it a little bit faster. Again, the pile bunker works really good on it, but I might adjust like some other weaponry because it's the one fight where like pistols don't do a lot because he really.
Registration number.
There's certain weapons that I think are just going to do a lot better damage to him.
Authentication complete. Removing MIA status. Restoring access privileges. This is Allmind, the mercenary support system.
Just not being able to attack it sometimes because certain attacks don't allow you to bug me a lot. Yeah, hitting it in the face when it's doing a lot of its shit is really awkward to do, except for during certain like animations. You can on some other ones, but it's really awkward.
Should be ready for whatever Rubicon throws at you.
And it just makes the fight hard to do fast, but I guess if you know the thing's pattern, it's probably a little easier to do quickly. As long as you bring like some high-powered weaponry to beat him up when he's down. Alright, parts shop. I don't suppose there wouldn't be anything new there. I guess let me save my money in case anything else new shows up, and then we'll keep buying, because I do want to buy everything, obviously, but... Alright, back at the beginning. Okay, nothing there. So let's see, I still need a log or two from there, and from the Reach the Coral Convergence, and then I think I'm good on the rest. I think I might have all the chests too. Okay, the Eliminate V7, I still need to get the log from that one. Or rather, I went around and I found all the logs, I thought, but I must have been missing like one from probably the middle of the city. Oh, this one too. Stop the secret data breach. How did I miss a log here? Man, I was very thorough. Maybe on my repeat playthrough I forgot to do something. Okay, there's more logs missing than I thought. I thought I had most of them done, but I'm still missing quite a few. Cool. I will do a lot of that off stream probably. I mean, granted, we'll get chances to do them again in New Game Plus Plus, but I don't know how I'm going to go through the game just yet, so... hopefully it's okay for me to... like, if I want to do the alt mission of the dam complex, I hope that doesn't screw with anything in New Game Plus Plus. Did you get help with any of it? Just explored really well. I really just explored well for most of it, and then there were like a couple of things I looked up. Like the chainsaw, I was like, I know I missed it somewhere. I didn't know where it was. So I looked up the chainsaw, and I looked up like... I looked up the chest for... like, literally on stream earlier. I looked up the chest for this level, the depth 3. Because I was like, I knew there was a chest here that I missed, and I didn't know where it was. That's really about it. I don't really look stuff up generally, because I'm not really a fan of doing it unless I'm just really stuck. But you can see I haven't done a lot of replaying of missions, and that's something I want to do. I do want to try to get... I'd like to eventually get S ranks and everything, but a lot of that I'm probably going to do off stream. It's just something for me to do when I have free time. All right, let's go. Grid 86 is a huge level, and that thing has like 8 logs total or something like that. It's crazy. There's like 4 or 5 chests too.
Attention, all independent mercenaries! This request comes from our affiliate, Dafeng.
Oh yeah, I know replaying missions doesn't affect the campaign cycle. I just I'm just deciding whether or not I want to collect those things in mission replays, or just you know, do them when the mission comes up naturally through the New Game Plus Plus cycle.
Bonus pay will be awarded for destroying their MTs. We want the enemy weakened.
The thing you're probably referring to is what I was saying, thinking that that would mess with New Game Plus Plus. I wasn't referring to the replay part so much for that. I just meant like depending on like a lot of the stuff that opens up a new game happens because you get like you know, presented with a choice that you didn't get the first time. So I'm curious, like, if, for example, when I get to the dam mission, if I choose to fight the Balaam guys, like to double cross them, if that'll kind of somehow mess with something in New Game Plus Plus. I assume it won't, because they probably would have assumed, you know, thought of that and didn't want you to accidentally lock yourself out of New Game Plus Plus missions and have to do 4 playthroughs instead of 3. But I just want to be a little careful with it, I guess.
The client doesn't care who does this job, as long as it gets done.
Puppy, yes. There's a loading screen. Puppy can get pets.
Main system activating.
Cisco's just been a snuggly boy today, just sitting in his little bed.
Destroy all of the Rubicon Liberation Front's artillery placements.
We've got a corporate merc! They're on to us already. Sneaky bastards.
There. That's one of the artillery placements. The front is protected with armor plating. Attack it from behind. We're clear here. Move on to the next site, 621. You're up against mass-produced MTs. Eliminate them as necessary.
Enemy attack! They're after the artillery! Fight back!
Head to the final site. Keep up the good work.
All right.
There! That corporate dog! Don't give them another inch. We have to defend the artillery.
Oops.
Clear out the artillery here and our work is over.
Fire! Surround that AC!
Show that interloper what makes the Liberation Front strong. Force and act, we stand as one!
Just you mainly left over here. Okay.
Confirmed. All targets destroyed. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
All right. Blasting through missions and New Game Plus Plus feels so good in this game. Yeah.
No new messages.
Choosing to fight the red guns is what enables different choices for New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus to appear. All right, cool. That's kind of what I was gonna do anyway, or I mean, that's kind of what I figured. So that's what I was gonna do anyway. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, there's no scaling for New Game Plus cycles like there is in other FromSoft games, so it's nice when you can just kind of like go back through these and just kind of blast your way through a lot of these missions.
To all independent mercenaries, this request comes from Schneider of the Archibus Group.
Alright, I'm gonna skip this one.
The operation will...
Don't get me wrong, it's nice when you get like an increased challenge, but I feel like between the new missions they give you and stuff, they already kind of cover that well enough. The rest is nice to just kind of breeze through, honestly. Sure is nice. But yeah, man, this game has been a lot of fun. I will probably do some PvP stuff with it eventually, maybe on stream. I'm not going to uninstall Armored Core 6 when I'm done with it. I have I have a pretty big SSD these days, so 2 terabyte, so I can afford to keep quite a few games on there now. And this is something that I can see myself enjoying just in my off time anyway, but
Looks like the Archibus Group hired some muscle. An independent mercenary, huh? At least they didn't send the Vespers. Intercepting!
They're just mass-produced MTs. Wipe them out, 621.
This safety pilot's sharp.
Focus your fire!
I do like that a lot about the AoE. Being able to wipe out like kind of weaker enemies in like one blast is it's technically 2 blasts, but one shot of the songbirds.
Wait. I'm picking up new enemy signatures. Looks like reinforcements. Eliminate them.
Commander Michigan needs to know.
The enemy MT squad has been eliminated. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
I still don't know why your character can, your AC can quick turn when the mission is over like that. Just like automatically quick turns. It's just fun to spam when the mission is ending though.
No new messages.
see. I want to go for at least 5 hours, if not a little longer, so we might as well keep going for a little bit. Transport helicopters, okay. I'm gonna skip some of these briefings though, just because they take up time. I'm sure y'all have seen at least most of these before by now. Gotta go destroy Rubicon, Liberation Front helicopters, there's a tetrapod, yada yada. But yeah, no, sometime in the future I think PvP, doing some PvP would be fun, maybe even, see about doing like some community-based stuff if people are interested.
We're under attack. The corporate merc. Intercept. Keep them off.
Confirmed. Transport chopper down. Keep at it, 621. There, take it out.
Hostile AC. Defend our supplies. Our comrades on the Strider can't wait any longer.
Oops. Was there anything over here too? I think I always go this way and then find nothing. There's just a wall. Gonna run. Thanks for the stream. Hey, no worries, Ann. Have a good rest of your day. It's good seeing you. Thanks for hanging.
It's here. Fight back.
We're no match for an AC.
Have no fear. The coral is with us.
Looks like they've got a Baus tetrapod. It's a cut above the other MTs. Ignore it and focus on the mission.
Nah, we fighting. Really thought that dodge would work.
APS overload. Can't speak. How are you?
Got the tetrapod, huh? You're unnatural at this, 621. Looks like you got them all. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
Oh, see, that time I didn't get the quick turn glitch or what. Oh, now it's doing it. I guess because I wasn't boosted. Alright. Let's see, what do we got next here? There's the other one.
One new message.
We should get some more arenas too, I believe, at some point.
I see you're back, 621. The Corps see the Liberation Front as a hindrance to expanding their coral survey. But to the Rubiconians, your actions are only helping the Corps with their invasion. It's just a job, 621. All of it.
Just a gerb. Alright. Missions, destroy the tester AC. This poor guy. I feel like there should be an alternative mission for this guy. Just be like, oh no, I'm not gonna kill this guy. And he'll become a new character instead.
To all independent mercenaries, This request comes from Schneider of the Archibits Group.
Right, skip this. Finally grinded enough challenges to afford another camp slot. Hey, nice. Let's go. What do you use the magazines for, by the way? Are they still just like temporary skill boost things, or are they something that you were grinding out for selling or affording something else for the camp? I just remember them in the context of like the previous Fallout games where, you know, books, I guess, are still like permanent upgrades, and then magazines are like temporary skill boosts, like a
Commence mission.
buff.
We've got a read on the target. Now's the time, 621.
We're under attack! Must be the locals. It's an independent.
I'd have liked to have done the charged hit there, but he was at kind of a weird angle.
I just wanted to call sign of my
Poor guy. I was just a student.
That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
Was just wanted my driver's license. Temporary buffs, but I collect them to finish a challenge or several challenges. I'm gonna sell them later. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Mission. About leaving 621 with the red guns.
Handler Walter, forgot to mention something. The Liberation Front's changing the strategy. Been cozying up to independent mercs.
Great news, if it means more work for 621.
They can try whatever tricks they want. The Red Guns are ready to smash some heads.
Well, I'm going to still betray them. Yeah, I honestly, in Fallout 4, I don't think I really used magazines much. I kind of always forgot. Or was it New Vegas? I forget which, but...
621. About the tester AC you downed. That was being shipped to the Red Guns, Balam's in-house AC squad. They're Balam's main force, and its members are no amateurs. Remember who you're messing with.
Aha, so now we have this available. This is new. So I don't know if it matters which way we go with the attack the dam complex. I'll probably choose to side against Balam again anyways. But the escort the weaponized mining ship is new. We can actually choose to help them. And if we're going to choose to help the Rubicon Liberation Front, we might as well help them in this mission too. So let's do this mission, and then we'll choose the new one. I never use the buffs in games because I always forget to. Yeah.
Got a job for you, 621. You're joining an operation planned by Balam HQ. Check the briefing.
Heard the good news from Walter, did ya? Good. Sit your ass down and listen. Balam's moving in on the Gallia Dam complex.
Don't
one of the Liberation
assume...
Front's bases. The objective is to destroy their line.
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip this. I don't think his dialogue will be different, because we just get the heads up about being able to switch sides in the middle of the mission, so we will do that still, which gives us the New Game Plus route missions. So I think we'd prefer to stick with that, honestly.
Red Guns reporting for duty. Commence mission. Attack! Get in there, you maggots!
Great. An independent merc. It's the wise guy who decided the Red Gun should be taking care of some freelancer.
Who gives a shit? We'll handle this mission ourselves. One target destroyed.
Hey, freelancer. Bet no one even told you why we're here. Well, us real Red Guns are gonna go climb
I do like Michigan. As much as he's an asshole to fight in that mission.
How about that? Guess you're not a total amateur. That takes care of the frontline MTs. That was just the warm-up. Look alive, maggots!
Once I get back to that mission again in New Game Plus Plus, I might consider switching up my build. I kind of want to keep using the same build, even though we've done it for 2 cycles now. But I mean, I might occasionally throw in a different build. But since that mission was kind of just a pain in the ass, I feel like we might as well just take it easy on ourselves instead of doing it in the most annoying way possible. I mean, I'm sure there's other builds that would struggle even more than mine did, but
your cooperation is appreciated, Raven. 621, we've received a friendly ID tag.
alright, so the log that I'm missing in this level, I think you can only get if you don't side with these guys, because I think it requires that you kill a particular, like, AC.
What the hell are you doing? They bought you out, didn't they? That's a low blow, Handler Walter. Gun 4, Gun 5, return fire! It looks like Gun 13's playing dirty now.
I'm not taking any more of your shit. I already get enough from Michigan every day. Damn it. I've been hit bad.
Get fucked, Iguazu. Ow. That was a bad place to be for that. God damn, these guys dodge so fucking fast. What? That was some bullshit.
The smirk's something else. Where did Michigan find this freak?
AP at 50%. 1 repair kit remaining.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. Well, that was a waste. Thankfully, I have a spare.
50%. AP at 30%.
I'm losing control of my machine.
And that guy seemed worse than the first time. I think I just played kind of poorly, but
4 and Gun 5 eliminated.
whatever. They're dead.
You can bill me for the AC repair fees, Michigan.
Cable, how's it going? Welcome in. Would you recommend this game? Yes, very much so. It's quite good. It takes some getting used to. It's got a bit of a skill ceiling to it, but once you do get used to it, it's a very good game. And if you find yourself struggling as you get through the game with certain missions, you can make those missions easier by just switching your build around. The only time that that's not really something doable is in the first few missions, because you just don't have a lot of parts available yet. But if you can make it past the tutorial in the first couple of missions, it opens up considerably.
1 new message.
You got lucky, Merc. So, you got a nice punch in. The red guns are going to be first, so have fun.
Yeah. Iguazu sucks, we know this. Alright, I'm gonna do the new mission, and then we might call it after that. Let me buy some stuff over here. Let's see. Buy this. I'm trying to buy weapons in, like, pairs, so I have, like, whatever I want to kind of, like, dual wield. Now we'll wait until we get a little more money, I guess. Or I guess we could buy this one. We have the right hand one for this. Okay. Good luck on the new mission. Thank you. I have no idea how difficult it's going to be. We need to defend this thing, so the normal mission's kind of easy, taking down the laser. I mean, it can kill you really quick if you're not careful, but with the reward tag on this one, I'm assuming this is going to be tough. We're probably going to have to fight multiple ACs, if I had to guess. So yeah, I might need the luck.
Got a job for you, 621. We've received a request from the Rubicon Liberation Front.
Raven, here's an operation that may be of interest to you. We want you to escort the Strider, a weaponized mining ship. There's no end to the Corp's invasion. They've reached the Bonadea Dunes in western Belias now. Before the invasion, the Strider was our mobile base for extracting and distributing coral. We paid the dozers a fortune to outfit it for combat. It's too precious an asset to lose. Hopefully, we can count on your assistance.
Looks like we've got conflicting requests about the same ship. You'll be doing the work. You choose.
I like that Walter doesn't generally care. Outside of like the observer goals and shit, he doesn't really care what we do. Which is neat. Like, he's our handler, but he's not like... he still gives us the freedom to kind of choose our mercenary missions. At least certainly that opens up more in the New Game Plus, New Game Plus Plus cycles. But for him, it's more just like, you know, a means to an end, and he doesn't really care what corporation or faction is getting kind of screwed over in the process. It's just more like...
That's the benefit of being independent.
We're independent, you do your thing. And we make a little money in the process and also achieve our goals. Alright, here we go. Let's see how bad this is going to get. I hope it's not as bad as the Michigan mission was. It's kind of hard to say Michigan mission like that.
Mission. Wait, someone's already attacking the ship.
What is that thing?
Well, so much for that.
Enemies on the radar. 621, they're coming. No idea.
There they are.
They're not Schneider MTs. Are those sea weapons?
Oh, interesting.
Defend yourself, 621. They're not going to listen to reason.
I dodged like right into that like an idiot.
Weapons made by the Rubicon Research Institute. Relics that survived the fires of Ibis.
I say you ought to be about dead there, buddy.
Did you get them? Wait, there's more.
I say there's no way it's gonna be that easy.
Helianthus machines. Don't take them head on, 621. They'll tear you to shreds.
I dodged the wrong way.
AP at 30%.
We've got more incoming. Way too many for a chance.
What the fuck? He like instant... What just happened? That must have been a new one, but I was focused on one guy. He's the only one I could see there. He was mid-turn when I shot him, and then suddenly he was in front of me. But maybe there was another one behind him? I don't know what the fuck happened there. But that one just instantly appeared in front of me and shredded me. Harder mission in the Ibis series? Yeah, I figured it would be tough, but... I don't think this is too bad. Those guys are mostly deadly on the ground. I think my game might be crashing though, because this is the first time I've ever been stuck in a loading screen like this. Hello? Yeah, if I can take to the, yeah, it crashed. Alright, one moment here. Hopefully I can get OBS to recognize the game again. Once it synchronizes and relaunches. It'll take a second because whenever FromSoft games, whenever they crash with Steam, like, it always just takes a while for it to know that it's not running anymore. Because the cloud sync doesn't want to work properly. Hopefully at some point it'll open the game. There we go. Easy anti-cheat, yes, yes. This is the second time this game has ever crashed for me. It kind of sucks that it crashed where it did, but at least we didn't, like, crash in the middle of a mission and lose our progress. At least we died and then it crashed. It's having a rough time starting up, too. Come on. There it goes, finally. Alright, hopefully no crashes this time. And hopefully we can do a little bit better. I don't really want to switch up my build, but obviously it does this. I think if I can go airborne when necessary, those guys I can shoot from the air, and they're a little less dangerous at that point. But those guys are a pain in the ass regardless. Oh, that crash. Okay, thankfully it didn't, like, reset any additional progress beyond just that mission. We still did our buying of shit.
Chose the liberation.
Alright. Here we go. No crashies, please.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Wait, someone's already attacking the ship.
What is that thing?
Enemies on the radar. 621, they're coming. No ID. They're not Schneider MTs. Are those sea weapons? Defend yourself, 621. They're not going to listen to reason. Those are drones.
That was a weirdly delayed songbird.
Relics that survived the fires of Ibis.
I think my only problem with these dudes is they just run away like crazy. Just come here. Jesus Christ.
AP at 30%.
Did you get them?
Alright, what if we, like,
Wait, there's more.
try a little mini strat here?
Helianthus machines. Don't take them
Okay,
down,
yeah.
621. They'll tear you to shreds.
What the fuck? There you go. Can I please get some energy? Thank you.
We've got more incoming.
Right. So you don't even get a chance to.
Ready for a chance at kilter.
Wow.
621.
This is a little bit much.
AP at 50%.
Fire the thing. What the hell? I don't understand why it keeps coming out so slowly sometimes.
These are dangerous, 621. Knock them down and go in for the kill.
We got more? Oh, no, no, don't do this again. Come on.
Light shoulder
That's not who I said to target.
50%.
God, there's just nowhere to, like, dodge. That guy got in the way of my fucking things. So just more of these assholes? Where's the bone wheel? There he is. Oh, for God, for fuck's sake. Just, could you stop at a reasonable time, please? I keep missing. Come on, dude. Like, it's just fucking sit still for 2 seconds. And I'm fucked. Never mind. I'm somehow okay. Finally. Jesus Christ. That's all I wanted you to do. No. Why is lock-on failing me? I can't. It is fucking me over so bad right now. That's not what I wanted.
Light shoulder ammunition depleted.
Oh, great. Damn it, we were so close. I just need the bone wheels to not be bullshit. That could have gone so much better if, like, that last one just would not fucking turn when I wanted it to. It just kept, like, going in a straight line and going in a straight line. I'm like, please turn so I can shoot you, because it's the only time you sit still long enough for me to shoot you with the fucking songbird. The entire thing that makes this build tough in this mission is just because everything stays away from you. Or eventually runs away from you. Because the bone wheels, obviously, they get close. They try to run you down. Alright, let's see if I can get, like, into the spot roughly where these guys spawn. Yeah, it's, like, right over here. I don't know if you can quite get there fast enough. Hello? Excuse you? Since when? Since when do you do that shit?
Those are drone weapons made by the Rubicon Research Institute.
I almost want to restart just off of that bullshit alone. That was fucking lame as hell.
2 repair kits remaining.
Did you get them? Wait, there's more. Alien this machine.
Really?
Don't take them head on, 621. They'll tear you to shreds.
No, are you kidding me? That's not what I said to do.
Focus, 621. I'll do the thinking.
One repair kit remaining.
Well, believe me, I'm focusing. I just want the fucking thing to do the thing that I'm telling it to do.
Iliad, this machine's coming in hot. These are dangerous, 621. Knock them down and go in for the kill.
AP at 50%.
Of course. What? How did you turn so fast?
No repair kits remaining.
Okay. I think that killed 2 at least. Oh, fuck off. Where did my songbird go?
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Alright, alright. I don't think I'm gonna win on this one either, because I'm just in a really bad spot here.
AP at 50%.
Especially if that happens. Jesus Christ. What the fuck, lock on? You're gonna tell me the guy that's right in front of you can't lock on to suddenly? What the hell was that? I didn't realize that goes so far. Shit, now I'm actually fucked. We had a chance.
30%.
We had a chance. I squandered it because I didn't realize that fucking flying kick went so fucking far. Why is my songbird not firing? I don't understand. I keep pressing R1 when it's not on cooldown and nothing happens.
Left-hand ammunition at 50%. Right-hand ammunition at 50%.
Oh my god. 1 HP in a dream. Tell me that's the last of it.
Nothing on the long-range radar. You may have failed to protect the Strider, but you had a hell of an excuse.
That was some bullshit.
Home gets the rest, 621.
That was less annoying than the Michigan mission, just because they just throw too much crap at you in that one. This one is rough, but you get a million credits if you. My expenses are ridiculous. I mean, I did use up nearly all my ammo, and I had literally taken as much damage as you can possibly take without dying, pretty much. Hey Ed, how's it
You
going?
must be the handler, I presume, for the independent mercenary Raven. Honored to make your acquaintance, V2 Snail.
Rough mission,
You want to join
at least with that
Operation
build.
Climber. You do realize that smashing up some old Institute relics hardly qualifies you. Know your place, you meager dog sitter. The answer is no. I hear you're deploying V1 again. Must be rough only having one good pilot to rely on. Oh, are you suggesting your dog can take Freud's place? We've been through worse than this. Very well then. We are also deploying V4. Who's been equally brazen of late. Let's see how they both perform.
Right, so wall climber. Yeah, no, I think that mission is just tough for close range unless you're very fast. If you're using something like a shotgun, you could probably fare a little bit better. Just something that takes them down a little bit more quickly with one shot, stagger-wise. Of course, if you miss with something like a Zimmerman, it's a big problem. Or a linear rifle, yeah. Anything long range is a different story. You still need good tracking.
Some other force that wants to see the Rubiconians fall. Be careful out there, Raven. There's more to this.
Yeah, you still need good tracking, but long range battle would make that mission a lot more easy, I think. Yeah, so we just have wall climber. I tell you what, let's do wall climber. Just get it out of the way, and then I'll call it after that. It's not new unless something new happens during it. But I need like a nice clean victory to end the stream with.
Straight from Arquebus headquarters.
Assuming the Juggernaut doesn't randomly give me
They want
problems.
you to assist with a mission the corporations are calling Operation Wall Climber. This is V2
I'm gonna
Snail,
skip
leader
over
of the
their briefing because I don't think that should change. Hopefully it didn't.
Your objective is to take the Liberation Front fortress, the Wall. Show them you're worth the credits. 621.
But yeah, I could see that mission being a lot easier to handle as long as you've got like good long range assist. You could honestly probably get that mission done with just like really good tracking missiles and just keeping your distance. Because honestly, a lot of the sea weapons abilities are much easier to dodge at long range because the missiles by then, as they're homing in, will cluster, so you can dodge them with one dodge. Not that those are horrible to deal with at close range, but obviously like the Songbird style missile, you know, like the direct missile, like if you get hit by one of those, especially, you know, like at close range, that's a super dangerous thing to happen because not only is the missile going to hurt, but then you're open to further attacks in a really nasty spot. Their flying kick that they do was really nasty. I just, the way that they angle themselves for that flying hit makes it seem like
Gatling cannons protecting the city, and the Baus Tetrapod MT further in. There's heavy fire coming from up top. 621. Keep an eye out for cover.
You'll never climb the wall, Corporation dog! Coral! Abide with Rubicon!
yeah, it just seems like, are you kidding? Come on now. Just get up there.
We're under attack! They're in the city!
Just one AC. Arquebus. They're mocking us.
Oh, fuck you. How did you target me instantly with that shit? I was behind a building the whole time. Get rid of this guy. You know, while the non-charged pile bunker attack may not be very strong against, you know, every opponent, I do like that my current thing has like really good melee boost for it. Okay, maybe not quite that good. It was just out of range.
Force in act! We stand as one! Die, mercenaries!
Any defensive line! There's an AC behind us!
Baus Tetrapod MT eliminated. That significantly reduces the threat in the city. Gatling cannons next. Destroy the targets. Gatling cannons destroyed. The friendly MT
Alright, we could get a little bit more money if we want to kill more enemies here, but we should probably move on here. I will take the upper door again.
Confirmed. You're inside the wall. Be prepared for close quarters combat. Do you read me? This is V4 Rusty. You're fast. Guess you're sharper than they
Yep,
say.
there's two entries, one right above the other one. So they highlight the main one, but then you can go in above it.
But remember, even Balaam couldn't crack the wall. Don't count on him too much.
It does change, I think, a slight bit of like what you fight in here, but not like to the degree that it's like hugely different or anything. Like, I can't remember. I think you maybe don't take the elevator to get up. One of these might involve getting a log or something. I don't remember. No, you still take the elevator. Or maybe I took the other one the first time. Yep. Way ahead of you, Walter.
Supply.
Alright, Rusty. Let's do it, buddy. I guess we'll let the cutscene play. Skirt.
You must be Raven. One of the infamous handler Walter's hounds. Interesting. You ready to climb the wall?
Sure I am.
That's the Juggernaut, a heavy mobile cannon. I wouldn't recommend taking it head on. It won't be able to keep up with steel hands. I'll distract it while you hit its blind spot. That's the stuff. Walter knows how to pick 'em. This is V4. Understood. Raven, we just got an update from Snail at command. We got enemy reinforcements incoming. If I don't intercept them, we're both toast. Hate to leave you like this, but you'll have to finish without me. It's gone.
Not a problem, buddy. Speedrun. This boss was a little bit of a struggle my first time. Like, it didn't take me a lot of tries. It might have taken more than one, but like maybe 2 or 3. But it's because I didn't have a melee weapon at all when I came to do this fight. I had the dual handguns. I had the standard missile launcher. I think I had 2 of the standard missile launchers, like the 4-cell or 4-rocket, you know, regular missile launcher on my shoulders. And my build was not great at keeping up with him, so he kept like corner camping a lot, and I had a hard time like really, you know, punishing his weak spot. Now, if I had just switched my missile launchers out for vertical missile launchers, the fight would have been way easier, because the vertical missile launchers basically just go right over his wall shield.
We're war buddies now. I think I should tell you something. During Operation Wall Climber,
Having no weapon base actually sucked,
Artemis
yeah.
was planning to sacrifice you.
I never want to go back.
The plan was
I'll have
use
to
independent
temporarily.
mercenaries to clear the way so that the Vespers could step in and take over. But instead,
for the for S ranking the few missions that require using a different mech, like the two tutorial mission-y things, and then the one where you're in the jailbreak bot later. I mean, I have to redo that in this playthrough anyways, but I mean, I assume so. Let's see, we're at Hunter class 13. I know it maxes out at 15. I think that also unlocks like a weapon or something when you hit 15. I think this is new. Prisoner Rescue was new in New Game Plus, which we'll still do, but I don't remember Obstruct the Mandatory Inspection. Oops. Yep, nope, that's new. Alright, cool. Well, we will do that next time. I'm not sure if I'll be playing this or Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. I might just continue with this. Because I've been having fun, and I do want to finish New Game Plus Plus so that I'm cleared to play whatever new game comes out next. It might be Lies of P, I guess. I'll probably try to throw in some other stuff in between Baldur's Gate 3 anyways, just because Baldur's Gate 3 is probably not everybody's cup of tea anyways, to watch, because it's a lot of like very lengthy slow play stuff. But yeah, I don't know. We shall see how it goes. Maybe I'll work in another game once I'm done with this if I find something else that I want to play. Let's see. Maybe we could do a raid today. I don't have... There's not a ton of people here, but I see Ingenue is streaming this right now. I think she might still be finishing up New Game Plus. Okay, so yeah, let's go raid her. She's, if you're not familiar with her, she's Ingenue, aka Quailag, aka Rachel, someone who's been in the Souls community for a very long time as a lore streamer, etc., or lore content creator for the Souls games and stuff like that. But yeah, go say hey to her if you would, please. Y'all, thanks for hanging with me today. I appreciate it very much, as always. Have yourselves a great rest of your day / night, and I will catch you on the next one. All right. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.